All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 8th joint bargaining session with JESPA, JCEA, and Jeffco Public Schools. We are beginning our evening with a joint bargaining session for benefits. And before we get started, and before we forget, because last time I did, we're going to go ahead and go around and introduce ourselves. So whoever is on the two teams, make sure you have a microphone somewhere near you so you can grab it, push and hold the button, and we will get started with that. So I am Amanda Perazio. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer for Jeffco Public Schools, and we will start with Christine. You get to be first to introduce yourself. You look like you were looking for a mic, and then you didn't find one.
Hi, I'm Christine Wiggins. I am a staff member at JCEA, and now do I get to pick? Because I'm going to go to Dale.
Nice.
Dale Munholland, JCEA Vice President and Social Studies teacher at Pomona High School.
Sarah Smith, preschool, bargaining team for JESPA too.
Darcy Hassler, paraprofessional, JESPA bargaining chair.
Xander Kashub, food service worker and JESPA president.
Brooke Williams, art educator and JCEA president.
Rob Cassidy, science teacher at Stanley Lake High School and JCEA bargaining team.
Michelle Malis, Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School, JCEA bargaining chair.
Anna Bryant, third grade teacher at Hackberry Hill Elementary.
Mike Villanueva, secondary social studies, A West.
Richard Sanchez, bad kid in the back of the row over here. Sixth grade social studies teacher, Bell Middle School. Watch out, I may throw an eraser today.
As long as you're not blowing up your Chromebook, you're good. Stephanie Jones, social emotional learning specialist, part of the JCEA bargaining team.
Anthea Justice, learning specialist, Ryan Elementary. I guess I'm part of the Naughty Kid Club. NKC, baby, all night.
Heather Godell, learning specialist at Foothills Elementary and part of JCEA bargaining.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Kimpson. I'm the Executive Director of Labor Relations.
Hi, I'm Jen Christensen, the Director of Labor Relations.
Maria Messer, Executive Director of Special Education.
Gretchen Carter, Director of Student Discipline.
Martha Sheehan, Director in Teaching and Learning.
Krista Wilson, Principal at Columbine Hills. Caroline Frazee, Principal, Arvada High School.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie Jeter, Director of Resources for Food Service.
Hi everybody, I am Mark Strelo, Director of Custodial Services.
Mike Hins, Director of Fleet Services.
Brandon Rood, Dispatch Manager.
All right, thank you, everyone. First lesson of the evening, don't start in the middle because it gets confusing on who goes next. So this evening, our agenda is benefits. And the district has a proposal to share, and then as I understand it, the teams would like some time to caucus. During that time, I believe that some team members from JCEA are going to remain to share two counter proposals for their own negotiations, separate articles from their agreement with the district team, and then potentially we'll go into caucus depending on where the teams who go caucus about benefits are at and where they're ready, what they're ready for. And so we will go ahead and get started unless there's anything you'd like to say or start with. Rob? Oh yes, Jennifer's going to give access. Yes, thank you.
I think we're ready.
All right, sounds good. And we would like to welcome everyone who has joined us this evening, both online and here in the boardroom. All right. Okay. So I'm going to use this instead. So this, we're calling Foxtrot. We weren't really naming them, but I counted back and I think that this is where we're at. So this is the district Foxtrot benefits proposal. This is our attempt to meet you with your request that you provided last time around, writing the language as a percentage-based model as a place to go to next. So this is, of course, May 8th, 2025. Benefit structure for the 2025-2026 school year. A non-taxable employer contribution will be made to the district to cover 109.5% of the premium cost of the employee-only coverage for the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2, which is a $640 total, which that's what 109.5% equals, or the equivalent dollar amount toward another plan. For the employee-only level of the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2, the district will contribute the difference between the total employer contribution and the monthly premium, which is equivalent to $55, to a health savings account. In addition to 109.5% of the premium cost of employee-only coverage for the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2, again, $640, for employees who elect an Employee Plus Children or Employee Plus Family plan, the district will provide a monthly $50 subsidy to be applied to these plans. And that is to all plans that would be under Employee Plus Children or Employee Plus Family, regardless of Kaiser, Surest, or United Healthcare. And that would be a $690 per month contribution for those plans. So I tried to break it down by percentage because I thought that might be helpful. So for the 25-26 school year, the employer contribution percentage across all medical benefit plans will be within the following ranges. Employee only, 75% to 109.5%. Employee plus spouse, 37% to 55%. Employee plus children, child or children, 42% to 62%. And employee plus family, 30% to 44%. These percentages do take into consideration the subsidy applied to the Employee Plus plans. That estimated cost, this is for all employees, is $1.3 million. I do have it broken apart between JCEA and JESPA. If you're interested, I can share that with you separately, just so that you're aware of what each group's estimated cost is. With regard to the other things in the previous proposal, I believe this first part was agreed to last time by you. We've changed the language to black and highlighted it because that's how you had presented it last time. So I followed that same thing. So anything that's currently highlighted in red is still to be discussed. So I apologize. I probably should have highlighted that first sentence in the second paragraph. So again, board policy JFBA will be followed for prioritization of enrollment, including a priority for students who are enrolled, students who are the child of a full-time staff member at the school or for which enrollment is sought. Board policy JFBA will be followed for transportation access, stating if space is available in district buses and a student desires to utilize existing school bus routes or stops without modifications, guardians should request transportation from the director of the appropriate transportation facility. I do want you to have a little bit of context. First of all, this is board policy. It's not something that we negotiate. It is something that our board makes decisions on. I have shared these requests, both the ones that you have proposed as well as another one that was proposed by a preschool parent who is also part of the JCEA bargaining unit, and I believe that she has also reached out to you to provide that advocacy. I've shared those with our enrollment team for consideration as they look at policy revision in the fall. As you're aware, any of these policy revisions regarding enrollment have to be completed by November so that anything that begins being communicated to families and goes into enrolled Jeffco is ready by the time open enrollment starts or choice enrollment starts for the following school year, which is around the beginning of December. For the EAP, I think we're getting closer on this one. The district will maintain access to an employee assistance program with sufficient staffing to meet the needs of employees. Counseling services will be available for all employees and family members to support their mental health and well-being. Additional services through the EAP may include group mediation, preventative workshops, mental health education, crisis response, and other outreach services. Staffing will be reviewed annually based on employee usage and demand. Please note that I took out the word individual counseling because we had already said that in the prior sentence, and so I didn't think we needed to list it twice as an additional service. We agree to your everything that you have proposed in the presentation for BAC recommendations to the Board of Education. So one BAC representative from JCEA, one BAC representative from JESPA, and one BAC representative from JCAA will have the opportunity to present to the Board of Education to share the BAC recommendations. The associations may also elect to use time they are allotted on the November, December, or January study session agendas, respectively, to share information related to BAC recommendations. While I can't tell you the exact month that would happen, I would assume it would happen in January or February when the BAC has received new information about any healthcare increases or modifications to plans. And so that's just an assumption of when that would happen, because if it happened too early in the year, the BAC wouldn't be prepared with information to share with the board. I also included in here just past proposals for your reference in case you wanted to look back and compare. So those are all in here. Any questions right away? Rob?
Do you know the number of employees that are covered not by the 100% or 109%, 0.5 plan, but other employee-only plans and other employee with spouses? So essentially, in a previous offer, you'd offered $650, so a $10 per month gain. You're actually retracting money from those employee groups?
So what I've done is put that into the subsidy. So you'll recall from the last presentation, the very first presentation, we said that we would go employee only $620 so that we could give a $100 subsidy to the employee plus plans, so they would be $720. When that was not accepted, which I acknowledge and appreciate that you did not want anyone to lose anything, then I said, okay, how about $650 for all, regardless of the plan choice? And when that also was not acceptable, I moved the $10 per month that we contributed to that $650 for all be a subsidy, so back to the subsidy plan, because I know that that continues to be an interest of yours. But yes, I can send you the breakdown of all current, it's actually as of February, recipient or plan choices by individual. Please note that they're currently Aetna, so it's as if people would lift and shift over to the new plans, but yes, I do have those numbers.
Yeah, if we could see that, just because I appreciate your effort to try to help folks with kids, but there might be some members upset if they were thinking, oh, it's $650. Oh, just kidding, it's $640.
Absolutely.
So I'd want to know the dollar, how much money is involved, like how much money would it cost to pay $650 for those other groups?
Sure.
Versus $640, I guess is the number I want to know.
Of course, I'm happy to I'm happy to show you all of those numbers. I have to pull them from another report and send them over, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Put that back on the screen, please.
Sorry about that. I thought I was going to have to pull numbers up.
No worries. Okay, so the bottom 4 lines, I'm curious if you have a breakdown what those exact percentages are for each plan.
I do indeed. I have that also written into a proposed, so one of the things that needs to follow these sessions is putting language into JESPA's Article 7, and JCEA's Appendix C. And so I have a draft that has we actually listed out every single plan and what the percentage is, so I can share that whole table with you if that would be helpful.
I think we would like to see that, yes.
Okay. Do you want me to put it up on the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hold on one second. Okay, so this is, please note that this is JCEA's language, so if it looks like it's in a different format, that is why. Okay, and I have this broken down by the least expensive plan to the most expensive plan so that you can see the percentages by plan. So this is the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2. So I've rounded, please note that all of these percentages are rounded up. I don't want that to be confusing because in the language it said 109.5%. Technically that is $640. I'm sorry, you're all squinting. I'm going to try to make it as big as I can. So that's the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2. For reference, for those of you who are not familiar with what is a district split, so this is when two employees are sharing the cost of benefits for their own family. So two employees essentially who are married or dependent upon one another, their spouses in some way. What that is that one of them gets the employee-only coverage and the other individual gets the employee plus family coverage. And so essentially those two people would have $640 plus $690, and that's how they then apply the cost to their plan. Rather, the employer contribution to their plan. This is the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 1. So again, on the right-hand side, just because it didn't carry down, this is the employee cost after the employer contribution percentage, which is listed there. This is the Kaiser DHMO plan. This is the Surest plan. This is the United Healthcare Surest plan. And then finally, this is the United Healthcare High Deductible Health Plan. I apologize, it's on two different pages. And again, I'm happy to share this with you so that you have it for reference. I just thought it would be weird we intend to write the same language, I think, in both agreements, unless you want it to look different in your agreement, because right now they do look a little bit different. But that would be our intent, would be to publish this in there, if that would be helpful.
I just think it's important for people here watching to see what those exact percentages are. Ranges are a little bit misleading. I mean, I just wanted people to see what the exact percentages are for each.
Sure. And to your point, if it would be helpful for us to group it differently, as far as like group it by employee-only plans, then group it by employee plus plans, then group it, if I can rearrange it however it would be most helpful.
I think this is fine, but if you can send that to us so we can talk about it when we caucus, that'd be great.
Can you link it in the agenda?
Yeah, Jennifer's working on that right now. Any other questions on the... Go ahead, Rob, sorry.
So in this language, I don't see any commitment to continue paying these percentages. To me, it looks like you've taken the percentages that are pre-existing and just put that as a snapshot in time in the language. I think a lot of what we want, JESPA and JCEA, is some sort of ongoing commitment to keep those percentages somewhat within a range so that the district has some financial stake in it as well as the employer, because traditionally it's just been the employer has absorbed everything and the district then kicks in some, after the fact. And I definitely appreciate the effort that you have to, help with kids, but I don't really see a fundamental shift in this other than you're now posting the percentages there.
So this was our attempt to find a starting point with regard to a percentage-based model, recognizing that these percentages could shift, and also recognizing that we have an agreement, at least current agreement, I know that neither of the agreements have been finalized yet, that we will bargain benefits and compensation annually. And so we believe that this would be up for negotiation again next year. However, we felt like this was a good baseline to start with as far as like shifting to the language around a percentage-based model.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think we have any more questions. I think we need some time to talk about this, and we'll come back with a counter.
Okay. All right, thank you. So at this time, my understanding is that JESPA and some JCEA members will go into caucus to have that conversation. And then a few JCEA members were going to stay for us to discuss a couple of articles. So we will see you back here when you're ready. Sounds good.
We'll let you know. We'll be back up. We'll just come back up when we're ready.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So anybody tuning in from home, part of our team is going to go caucus on our benefits proposal. For JCEA members, we're going to be passing Article 14, RIF language, and Article 23, which is remote and virtual instruction. And just as, what am I trying to say? In full transparency, I'm sitting over here by myself for a reason. I'm not feeling great. I am not great. And so it's possible, don't get too close to me, that I will not be here the entirety of the evening, but I'm going to stay as long as I can. So thank you in advance. I'm sorry. Okay. Great. So should we start with 14? Okay. You are, yeah, okay. Right on. Okay, so I believe we were going to be starting with the Foxtrot version of Article 14. This is reduction in force language, and so it looks like it is, if we want to make it a little, is it possible to make it a little bit bigger? So the last piece, we're not going to go through all of it. I think everything else has been accepted except for this last paragraph. And so I think we're getting close to agreement, hopefully here. So we've left the red there. We haven't accepted it, but it's sort of accepted provisionally based on also the addition that we have put in blue. So this is additional language to our current contract that would say that prior to any reduction of educators, the district will engage in collaborative budget discussions with JCEA as soon as the need is identified to explore all feasible options in response to budgetary priorities and direction from the Board of Education. The district will provide timely financial information and seek input from JCEA with feedback considered in good faith and documented prior to any final staffing decisions. We have added JCEA will appoint 3 people to participate in the collaborative budget discussions. The district and JCEA will collaborate to draft joint recommendations to bring to the Board of Education publicly for consideration and a vote. The group will also bring recommendations to the bargaining table for any parties to negotiate, should that be something that's negotiable. So that was our attempt to meet you partway. So I imagine you'll probably want some time to talk over that language during a caucus. Okay, any questions on that? Yes, sorry, Jennifer.
No, no worries at all. So in the last sentence, the group will also bring recommendations to the bargaining table for the parties to negotiate. If we're in a space where we're doing a reduction in force potentially for conversations, I'm just going to use next year, for example. So let's say that next year we are in that space of need to have that conversation in preparation for the 26-27 school year. We wouldn't be at the bargaining table in time to engage in and negotiate that piece. So just tell me a little bit more about the interest in that sentence.
Okay, so perhaps also we should clarify that the intent of most of this is have some collaborative budget discussions to figure out if there's other options besides a RIF, right? The board has every right and authority to engage in that too, if that's what they're going to do. And thinking about when this occurred a decade before, more than a decade before, 15 years before. Pay freeze. Pay freeze was an option that was discussed. We also can't agree to that in a closed door session in the same way that we discussed in this last time. Ultimately the board makes decisions about your budget. And so we would have to have something come to the public table in order for us to negotiate and agree to here. And I would hope we would bring several options, and that the people we appoint to the committee also know what would be feasible amongst our membership.
That makes sense. So let me just make sure I understand. So in that situation, if we were in that spot, and let's just say that we were in the unfortunate space of the board having to make that decision for 26, 27, I think what I hear you saying is then in the spring of 26, when we're at the bargaining table, we would be bargaining the impact of that RIF in terms of pay free, like that sort of stuff. Is that what I'm hearing?
In order to prevent the RIF, right? So if it's something that the board feels like they're gonna have to entertain, we're gonna need to have a long runway, right? So we could start to have some of these conversations. And frankly, the answer also might be, we had these conversations. We couldn't find any places where we could do anything else. This is the avenue we have to go through. So I think it would be a long road, a long runway.
So I'm actually hearing that it wouldn't necessarily be traditional bargaining session schedule. I'm hearing that we might actually have to schedule some negotiation sessions ahead of time.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
If something comes up, we might have to, like we would for an MOU, all right, or like with the Ross, all right, we need to get together and figure this out as a bargaining team.
That makes much more sense. Thank you.
Hopefully, if we have time, we should be able to get that one back to you tonight.
Fantastic, thank you. All right. Then, moving right along. And just, if this is dead, what do we do with the dead microphone? Should we just take them over here? It's possible.
Thank you. The purple one's really quiet.
I'll use my teacher voice. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I'm only going to do this first part, and I'm going to turn it over to Christine. But if we look at that first sentence, we went back and forth and thought about adding extra words and extra things and blah, blah, blah. And ultimately what we came down to was, based on your story from last week, this is already happening. Educators will not be required to deliver that in-person or online instruction simultaneously. However, if they choose to, then they choose to, and that's happening, and this contract doesn't prevent them from doing so if they want to do so. I understood the spirit in which this was written, and I get that, and I don't know that it would be a big problem, but there is a lot of concern, especially around this reimagining of high schools. And if certain teachers might feel like they were put under pressure, like, hey, your counterpart or your teammate is actually offering this online and simultaneously, don't you think you should too, or could you please do it too? And there might be educators that do feel like they're being pressured to do that in certain situations, and we don't want anything in this language to open up the door for educators to feel like, now I'm being pressured to, and what if it affects my evaluation, and et cetera. So we do understand the story that you shared, and also think that there's no reason why somebody couldn't. So this language doesn't prevent somebody saying, hey, I've got a kid that I want to just zoom in because it's good for them and it's good for the class, it's good for everybody, I'm just going to do it. There's no reason why that couldn't happen with the current language. So that was where that strike through came to. And then going through the rest of this, I'm going to turn over to Christine.
Okay, we're real close on most of it. you're going to see that we've accepted a whole lot. So basically, everything that was proposed in the JRLP section has been accepted. This language is you all proposed in the JVA section. Spoiler alert, we accepted it. And to mirror it in the JRLP section where I put it right there. Because they have also had quarters at their secondary level too. So just putting it on the ALT to decide. Accepted, accepted, accepted. The only other addition we have is JVA. I think we just wanted to be clear, so we added as determined by the OLT. I believe your second sentence is also saying, it might be saying the same thing, but for consistent and responsive schedule, I think is like the whole schedule, not just synchronous and in person. So we just added that there to clarify. Accepted, 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 accepted.
Any questions, Jennifer?
We're really close. I do have just a request for some additional language so we can bring it back.
Okay.
That I don't think it's anything that's going to cause any angst. I think it's just a little bit of clarification around JRLP in 23.2.1, just some language around specifying synchronous and asynchronous support. So we'll bring that back to you in our ECHO version, and we can do that tonight.
Okay, great.
And then I was going to also suggest, since we're here, golf. I don't know my alphabet. I need to go back to kindergarten. I also wanted to suggest, since we're here and we have time, we are more than happy to share our sick leave bank, since it was one thing that we were trying to.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pass it.
Should we do it?
Yep, let's do it.
Give me 1 sec.
Ready?
So the only place where we were still stuck is in 1.5, and we have moved it back to employees may opt in to the sick bank during the annual benefit enrollment period and or at the time of hire. We've had some conversations with our folks that manage Total Rewards and other professionals who manage benefits for people, and we just philosophically believe that the employee needs to have the choice of being able to select that or not select that, and giving up their sick day. And so we really believe that we would be in the reverse of the same situation based on what you're requesting for them to opt out if we were to say that they're automatically opted in, which then people might not realize that and then might come back and say, wait, I thought that I got X number of sick days. And we say, right, but you didn't opt out of the sick bank, so we took one of your sick days away. So we can't agree to that language for that reason. And that is the only thing that's left that's an outlier.
Okay. We're just going to caucus right here, real quick. We're back. I think we can go ahead and call it good. So we have, woo! Another TA done, so that is exciting.
I would add, if we wanted, I don't know how long that they're going to be in caucus, but if we wanted to caucus for 10 minutes, we could bring the other two back.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and do that and text us? We might go down and see where they're at in
Sure.
the caucus room, but if you guys are ready, then we might go ahead and.
I think we can take 10 or 15 minutes and bring, we're at 14 and 23. I'm trying to keep track of all the numbers. I think we can be ready to bring those back.
Great. All right. So we'll go on a 10-minute, at least 10 to 15,
Yeah.
10 to 20-minute break.
How about if we just come back at 5:30? We'll give everybody a quick break. That's 22 minutes.
Perfect.
And we'll be back at 5:30.
We'll be back. All right. Okay, folks, welcome back. After a brief caucus, the district is ready to return Article 23, remote and virtual instruction, and Article 14 will be coming after an additional caucus.
I believe so, yeah. It should be all linked and ready to go. So we have accepted the strike through of the language in 23.1. The language I referred to in 23.2.1 is the following. JRLP's primary delivery method will be synchronous remote instruction for K-12 students. However, asynchronous and in-person support may be used as an intervention to meet the needs of the student population. Delivery methods will be agreed upon through the collaborative process with the OLT as described in Article 10 and consistent with current state law. And then in the interest of trying to create the parity that I think that we're looking for between the two, we've taken the language from below that we've agreed to for JVA and added it up the top to also say, in addition, a consistent and responsive schedule will be developed by the OLT in accordance with Article 10, which includes but is not limited to staff input, attendance rates, academic data, test data, and scheduling preferences identified in collaboration with students and families. And then going down to JVA, we've already proposed that synchronous virtual support may be used as an intervention. We crossed out as determined by the OLT and matched the language up above to say to meet the needs of the student population, and then delivery methods will be agreed upon through the collaborative process with the OLT as outlined in Article 10 and consistent with current state law, and then just added the words in addition to mirror what's above. And then I've skipped over, but we also accepted in 23.212 the language to mirror the ability of the JRLP and their ALT to determine the appropriate grading periods.
Okay, thank you. I think our team would just like to take a quick caucus, like maybe in the Bat Cave, and we'll hopefully be able to come back out quickly. All right.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are live, and we are just going back and forth here with
All right,
Article
everybody.
23.
If we could just cool it for a minute, we're going to go ahead and pass Article 23. This is virtual remote instruction. This will be the JCEA hotel. I think it's hotel, right? Hotel version. Just one minor addition. And I'll have Christine walk us through that.
Okay. We just added a sentence in both parts that says, as an intervention in the MTSS process as developed by ALT. Because if we're talking about interventions, that's how we would determine interventions. And it's in both places. We accepted the second sentence.
It says as an intervention twice now.
I think we could certainly address that in language cleanup.
Totally. To meet the needs of the student population.
We could just say in the MTSS process.
I think if you, we can just move. Yes.
I'm doing it right now. Is that okay? Oh, you can't see this. This is a little too.
No, it's not. I just deleted words right there.
And then I think if we move as an intervention and then move in the MTSS process up above after intervention. Right? Or leave it there. I don't know.
I think, however, asynchronous and in-person support may be used as an intervention to meet the needs of the student population in the MTSS process by ALT. Either way.
I think just for clarity, ALT is in charge of the MTSS process. OLT is still the next paragraph around the schedule responsive to the MTSS.
Right.
Man, we got good processes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the discussion that we have. That
Yes.
the OLT, is in charge of the scheduling, et cetera, but the instructional piece of that would be the ALT piece. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're good.
You guys all good? All right, we are good with it. Woohoo! Thank you.
Another TA.
And just for everyone's awareness in the room and watching online, we agreed last week, if you did not tune in, to create an MOU with regard to AEC programming, which is why you don't see it as part of Article 23 right now. So we are working on that MOU separate from Article 23, in case anybody was wondering where that went.
And that will not be presented this evening, correct?
I wish. We're close, but we
Okay.
have lots of things we're trying to figure out.
All right, but can we let the people know that next Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
Wednesday.
No, sorry. Oh my gosh.
Yes, 100%.
Next Wednesday, yes. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so at this point, we can break for another caucus. And I don't know whether it would make sense. You want to text them real quick? See how close? Because I'm thinking if they're not close, we could just do a longer dinner caucus, et cetera, because we're getting close to 6. If they are close, we'll have them run back up and do that. So if we could just text them real quick.
Sounds good. I've also been working on getting the numbers that Rob asked for. He wanted to know exactly how many people were enrolled in each plan. I accidentally copied it over and it didn't copy the formulas, and so I just copied the values. I'm going to send that to all of you right now.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Michelle, it is not broken out by JCEA, JESPA, JCAA, just so you are aware. I don't have that breakdown accessible.
Okay.
But if that is something you need, I could get it by tomorrow.
All right.
So
Thank you.
you're welcome. Yeah, just so everyone knows what we're doing and why we're just sitting here in silence. We are we're checking in with the teams that are in caucus right now to see where they're at with a benefits counter proposal. And so I think we'll just go offline for a minute or two until we find out for sure. If we do plan to go back to caucus and extended into an extension, we will come back live to let you know. So if you're watching at home, stay tuned. We should be back momentarily. Thanks, Brandon. All right, thank you for your patience, everyone who is watching us live, or both live and on live stream. We are going to go into an extended caucus. The teams certainly need a little bit more time for both benefits counter proposal, and we're going to continue to review Article 14 for JCEA. And so we will try to be back by 6:30, and if we can come back earlier, we'll certainly try. So as you are making your dinner, make sure you leave your live stream on. All right, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate that you guys were ready about 20 minutes ago, and we apologize. We literally had just opened our mouth and put our first bite in, and so we appreciate your patience in us returning to the table as well. And so I will turn it over to, I believe, Xander and Brooke for a counter proposal. Thank you.
All right, we are getting ready to present on the screen here. Give us 1 second. Technical difficulties, give us 1 second. It's not letting Brooke share from her Teams. Let me log in. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Brooke is going to do the first couple here.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We have accepted everything here. So the district will request that before and after school care providers offer a minimum of 20% discount of Jeffco employees for the 25-26 school year. School age enrichment SAE will maintain a 20% discount for Jeffco employees. Board policy JFBA will be followed for prioritization, I can't even talk, enrollment, including a priority for students who are the child of a full-time staff member at the school for which enrollment is sought. Board policy JFBA will be followed for transportation access, stating if space is available, if district buses and student desires to utilize existing school bus routes / stops without modifications. Guardian shall request transportation of the director of the appropriate transportation facility. Priority. All right, next up, okay. EAP, the district will maintain access to employee assistant program. We did not accept the fully staffed piece. We crossed out with sufficient staffing to meet the needs of employees. We put back in the language, this will mean the district will employ 4 full-time counselors and 1 full-time office assistant to provide counseling. Counseling services will be available. We are leaving that for now to see if we can come to an agreement. For all employees and family members to support their mental health and well-being. Additional services available through EAP will include group mediation, so we accepted group. We crossed out may. Preventative workshops, mental health education, crisis response, and other outreach services. We crossed out staffing will be determined and reviewed annually based on employee usage data and demand. These reports are shared with you quarterly and also with the EAP group. So that is already, the reports are shared quarterly on employee usage. We also have EAP staff that is working outside their contract hours to meet the needs of our employees at this time. So we crossed that out. 1 back representative from JCEA, we accepted all of that, and I think that we might have done that last time, or you accepted it. Okay. Next slide.
Okay, so we are going to get into the healthcare piece. Okay, so for the 25-26 school year, non-taxable employer contribution will be made by the district to cover 120% of the premium cost of employee-only coverage, the Kaiser HD-HP2 plan, or the equivalent dollar amount toward another plan. We've effectively crossed out $55 down there, and then we increased that percentage again just to mirror what we had above to 120. We struck the 640 language, and then we added, will be subsidized within the ranges below. We struck the district will provide a monthly $50 subsidy to be applied to these plans. So effectively what we did down at the bottom here was shifted this entire range by 20% upward. So employee only, the range is 95 to 120. Employee plus spouse, 57 to 75%. Employee plus child or children, 62% to 82%. And employee plus family, 50% to 64%. And then we'd like to share the work that we did on the other table. So give me 1 second, let me pull that up. Okay, something we wanted to be clear about was we do not want any employee in Jeffco to receive a pay cut because of the increases in premium cost to employees. And what you'll see here is all of these percentages increased by 20%, and then the employee cost to be reflective of that increase. I wanted to call out that on the UHC plans, they are so incredibly expensive that even a 20% increase to employer contribution does not reduce that cost lower than what people are already paying. So because of that extreme increase in cost, the Surest plan and the UHC high deductible plan are still an increase to employee. But what we're looking at here, Kaiser HD-HP2, the employee plus spouse cost would be reduced from $480 a month to $292.62 a month. And then downward, you can see the split cost. We think we did the math right. We weren't quite sure how that math was done, so excuse us if those numbers are a little bit off. But what we're seeing here is a massive cost savings to employees and their families. It's what our interest is, it's what we've been asking for years, and it's what we would like to see us move towards. You can see on this plan here, the employee family coverage cost would go down to $568 a month versus $890 a month. I'll just scroll through to highlight some other examples here. So we have Kaiser HD-HP1 plan. The employee plus family would go from $1,146 a month to $771 a month. For the Kaiser DHMO plan, we did a little quick math over here. The employee plus spouse plan, a decrease from $884 to $614 would effectively be close to $1,200 a year in cost savings for employees. Employee plus dependents, $806 to $508 would be close to $2,400 a year in savings for workers. We have employee plus family plan would go down from $1,436 to $1,020 a month, effectively being close to $3,600 a year in savings to what they are currently paying. This is the movement that we need from Jeffco. This is the investment that we need from Jeffco. It's what we've been hearing for years, and we need to get it done. So this is our proposal for you for healthcare.
And the estimated cost of this is roughly $11 million.
Which, according to your numbers from last week, is about a $7.5 million reduction in costs. So, we appreciate your change kind of to try to make first steps to the to more of a percentage model, and we really appreciate that. So we are trying to do a substantial reduction from our previous ask to this ask, to acknowledge that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not sure how you got to 11 million because I'm calculating 17.2 million. So I don't know how the estimated cost.
I went off the district costs being 55 million. There was money to the board, which seemed to be both the employee cost and the employer cost. So if you look in the February slides to the board, there was a $92 million cost. That seemed to include money that included the employee contribution on those slides. When you look at the, we went off the January statement, which has been revised a little bit. Sure. The total cost is about 54 million estimated for next year. And again, that number was tweaked a little bit, but it was about $54 million was the addition of the UHC and the Kaiser. And then, so 20% of 54 million is about $11 million. And the 54 million is the district contribution of the total. So.
Got it. Okay. So as you can imagine, we're going to take a look at these numbers and bring something back to you. So we're going to need an additional caucus time. We're happy to bring it back tonight. I know that you had discussed. Fortunately, we were able to get a couple of things done with JCEA in between time. And so if you're amenable to staying, I know that the hope was we'd be done with this within 2 hours. But luckily, we could use some of the in-between time. So
if you're willing to come back with a counter, we will stay.
Yeah, I will. So if you could give me about 20 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, so we will be back at 7:10. JCEA.
Sorry, I'm wondering if we could do maybe a little bit longer. We didn't have a chance to eat.
Oh, yes, of course.
So we're going to do a dinner caucus as well. So if we were to do, when we come back, I think, yeah. So could we 7:20? Could we come back at 7:20?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Come back at 7:20, and we would like to do the benefits, and then we're going to be bringing 17 Appendix B and our comp proposal as well.
Okay, do you want 14 back before you go to caucus right now?
Yes. Oh.
It's a little long, but we can do it. Yeah, it has like a whole huge section that.
But 14, we could do 14 quick. All right.
All right, thank you for bearing with us. Is it down in Golf, District Golf? Okay. So this is the District Golf version.
You're magical. Let me make sure I moved it to red lanes. I might not have. Nope, I didn't yet. Hold, please. Okay. If you can refresh, you should all now have access. Okay, here's what we can come back with for Article 14 after conferring with some of our other experts around this. In 14.431, prior to any reduction of educators, the district will engage in collaborative budget discussions with JCEA as soon as the need is identified in order to explore all feasible options in response to budgetary priorities and direction from the Board of Education. The district will provide timely financial information and seek input from JCEA with feedback considered in good faith and documented prior to any final staffing decisions. JCEA will appoint 3 people to participate in the collaborative budget discussions. Priorities discussed in collaborative budget conversations will be presented alongside the final proposal to the Board of Education.
Are there any questions from my team? Christine?
Why would we not negotiate?
So ultimately, budget decisions are the Board of Education's final decision. So the negotiation around this is really happening like as part of this article, right? So we're determining what will happen should this be required, right? The board has to adopt a budget and including make decisions around budgetary reductions. What we then have to do as negotiations teams is we have to take that information and we have to negotiate within those parameters. So reductions to a budget, while the way in which they are applied could be negotiated as far as like salary freezes or hiring freezes or salary reductions, God forbid, could be negotiated, but it's really the board's responsibility to make those determinations. It's really not, when it gets to this point, when it is this bad, I mean, that's why we have this kind of language, so that if a RIF were the result of budget reductions and a presentation to the board, that we would have really specific criteria with which we would engage in a RIF.
Okay, so I think I understand what that means, but ultimately, the group that JCEA would appoint members to, they would participate in those discussions, trying to look for alternatives.
And I would assume that they would represent the voice of your
Right.
team
And
in the
then
bargaining unit.
So and they would be presenting alongside whomever the district had on the team to the Board of Education about what we thought we should do.
So I didn't put that specifically in here. I don't think that that is necessarily something that is, like, we wouldn't prevent that. I just didn't put that in here because I'm not sure that that would be, I mean, it's a possibility.
All right, I think we'll probably want to discuss that during our dinner caucus, and we'll bring it back.
Sounds good.
Afterwards, after dinner. So thank you, everybody, so much for your patience. It sounds like we'll be back at, what did I say, 7:20? 7:20 for benefits, and then JCEA comp proposal. So we appreciate your flexibility with that.
Thank you. right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we took some additional time. I need to get into the Teams so I can present. One second. All right. Jennifer is linking the copy of the Google presentation just in case you need to put it into Google. We realized last time that that was necessary instead of a PDF. Totally. Otherwise, you have to take copy. Totally get it. Okay, so starting with the EAP slide. So here's where we're at. The district will maintain access to an employee assistance program. Data will be reviewed quarterly to ensure staffing levels are sufficient to meet employee demand. Counseling services will be available for all employees and family members to support their mental health and well-being. Additional services available through EAP. I didn't want to limit this, so I added include, but are not limited to, group mediation, preventative workshops, mental health, education, crisis response, and other outreach services. I just want to put in the room that I have increased the EAP. I acknowledge it is not back to 4 full-time counselors. I will tell you that the counselors currently working there appreciate the flexibility, and they have additional hours that they can ask for to be paid. So they aren't working and not getting paid. However, just like every educator and every ESP in this district, they are very generous human beings, and sometimes they don't ask to be paid when they should ask to be paid because they are working outside of their work hours. And so they do have add hours they can ask for, even though technically they are exempt employees. They are all under the JCEA bargaining unit. They are exempt, but because they're not full-time, we do give them add hours. And so we know that mental health crises and crisis response at schools happens at all hours of the night and all days of the week. And so they oftentimes are going outside of their work hours or having to flex their work hours. However, they are being paid additional earnings to do that. And currently, the current data is showing that their staffing levels are sufficient. I believe there are approximately an average of 8 on the wait list. Those people have counseling appointments. They just don't have them the same week that they call in. And so, so this is my counter to that. The next counter is going to be, obviously we've agreed to all the other things so far. The next counter proposal is not going to get to the exact percentages you've requested. And I want to tell you why we are where we are. With the very limited funding that we have, as you all know, we have no new funding, and we'll be spending an additional, we are projected to spend an additional $30 to $40 million into fund balance next year. So we are trying to honor what employees have requested, saying with 73% of them saying that they somewhat or strongly prefer increases in salary or wages. So you know that we have compensation offers on the table that have also not met your expectations, and we are still negotiating compensation at both tables. We can stop negotiating compensation and put all of that money into benefits, but right now we're trying to be thoughtful about the distribution of the money that we are going to continue spending into fund balance and where to put that. So that is the why behind these offers. So here's where we are. The benefit structure for the 25-26 school year, a non-taxable employer contribution will be made by the district to cover 111% of the premium cost of employee-only coverage for that Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2. That does increase it back to the $650 that we discussed previously, or the equivalent amount toward another plan. For the employee-only level of the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2, the district will contribute the difference between the total employer contribution and monthly premium, that is a $65 difference, to a health savings account. In addition to the 111% of the premium cost of the employee-only coverage for the Kaiser High Deductible Health Plan 2, $650, For employees who elect an Employee Plus Children or Employee Plus Family plan, the district will provide a monthly $40 subsidy to be applied to these plans. So the $690 carries over from the last offer to this offer, recognizing that there are more employees that have employee-only coverage, which is why the cost estimate is higher than the previous. For the 25-26 school year, the employer contribution percentage across all medical benefit plans will be within the following ranges: 76 to 111% for employee-only, 38% to 56% for employee plus spouse, 42% to 62% for employee plus children, and employee plus family is 30% to 44%. Right now, that is the last offer that I have available to be able to present to you this evening.
Again, you have the next table for what those specifics are by plan, correct?
I can create it. I have it, but I hadn't put it in the language yet. I was trying to get these slides done first, but I can certainly put those into a table. But yeah, it's just a copy and paste. I also I wonder if it would be helpful for you to have the medical plan premium calculator that I'm using that my team has established based on current enrollment, that might help to compare last year's cost with this year's cost, if that might be helpful. And because what I was saying, I actually double checked the percentages as they were presented, and I'm coming up with a $17 million cost for what you presented. Which is the same calculator I used last week when I had figured the $18.5 million cost. So I'm happy to share that with you so that you can see what it is that I'm seeing. And you can use it. I mean, you can make changes to it as well.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to match the fact that the district is anticipating about a $54 or $55 million cost of UHC and Kaiser. And, our proposal had been 20% increase, which, would not be 18 million or 17 million.
Yeah.
So the
I'll
numbers
the
aren't adding up on the calculator that you're showing, but.
Yeah, it's completely different. I'm sorry, this slide was on there as well, but this I believe we had already finished up. Go ahead, Richard, I'm sorry.
Richard from the back row here. So can we go to slide 1, the EAP? I'm just trying to process this. The data will be reviewed quarterly to ensure staffing levels are sufficient to meet employee demand. So like if we review quarterly and we recognize that we need another counselor there at EAP, does that look like a hiring process after that? And then do we just pluck counselors from nowhere, or do these, I don't know, what does that process even look like? So we identify we need another counselor, and then the time period between we need a counselor to when the one's hired, what does that look like?
So I think the first thing that we would probably do is offer all of our current counselors, of which we will have 4 after our current hiring process is complete. We first offer them additional hours. We say the demand is higher than we had anticipated, or it has spiked, it has increased because of whatever reason. We have X number of hours available. Are any of you interested in increasing your hours? So we have a 35-hour counselor, we have a 24-hour counselors, and a soon we will have another 20-hour counselor. And so all of our counselors do have they have time, we could offer them the hours first. Now, some of them have other obligations outside of their own professional lives that they might not want extra hours, but others may.
Okay, and then it sounds like you have had conversations with the people at EAP, and they are currently, they're okay with this language.
They presented to the Board of Education last night.
Okay.
Which
The one
included-
meeting I missed.
That's okay. Which included an additional 1.25 FTE that we've already allocated to them.
Oh.
And so it's just not for full-time counselors. And the counselors who are working there appreciate the flexibility of not being full-time. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't welcome additional counselors to reach for full FTEs, but we are already adding to it. And they have communicated that they feel that that is sufficient at this time to meet the demand. However, like Brooke said, we do review the data quarterly, and I'm not opposed to reviewing that data and ensuring that the demand is being met.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we go back to the healthcare slide? So I just want to be clear again, with this proposal on the table, this is a pay cut for workers. The current offers on the table, or proposals from the district, I believe they're comparable to both units, is 0.25%. COLA for ESPs, that comes out to about 6 cents an hour. The district is sitting on $200 million in reserves, and I appreciate you're saying you're spending some of that down. You should be spending that money. That's our money. It should be spent on us. And what I don't see here is any movement on employee children plans or employee family plans, the most expensive of the plans. So what we're seeing then are also a larger cut in pay for employees trying to cover their kids and their families. Right?
The subsidy is not something that currently exists, so I acknowledge that the plans are going up, and we are trying to meet your interest by providing the subsidy, which we've never done before, and I acknowledge that that isn't enough based on what you're expressing to me right now.
I think we need to acknowledge that for everyone in the room here who cares a whole hell of a lot about healthcare, otherwise they wouldn't be here. This is also going to push people away from using district benefits, which is going to then make it more expensive for everybody. I think we need some time here, and we'll come back with something. Okay? 20 minutes?
Yeah, do
Is
you?
that okay? I know you guys got other things to do. I think this is important, so I would love to spend a little bit of time talking about this.
What I'm wondering is if you would want to go down and start the caucus, we really need to present a few pieces of language, and then we can come down and join you.
That sounds fine.
Is that all right?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, so we're going to be presenting, we'd like to present Article 17, Appendix B, our comp proposal, and then do Article 14 ref, if we could. So, and we'll come down and join you and check in when we're done. So then we'll take a caucus after that. Okay. All right. Gretchen, paging Gretchen. And do we have an? Yep. Yes, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's. So we'll go ahead and just stay set up as is. We're just going to invite a guest up, and she's just giving some, whoa, oh God. course. All right, thank you. While we're getting set up here, we're going to have a presentation and then Article 17. So we're going to be presenting, have a little presentation for a piece of that language. So as soon as it's up and ready. Yeah, folks, we're about to get started again here. Thank you. This is Article 17, Compensation Structures for JCEA. And we are going to be beginning with a short presentation. And so if you would, you turn on the little button, say your name, what is your role in the district, and then you can take it away.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your time. I know how important tonight is, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Gretchen Slaughter. I'm a school counselor at Bear Creek High School. I'm here representing the concurrent enrollment teachers that I work with. I've worked with concurrent enrollment for many, many years. As you can see on the slide, in the past 4 years at Bear Creek alone, we've increased our concurrent enrollment registrations by over 655%. And so that means kids are taking high school classes and college classes at the same time. We had over 1,000 registrations. If those kids are getting at least 3, 4, 5 credits per class, times even 300, we're saving our kids hundreds and families hundreds and thousands of dollars. So this impact is huge for our community, and we know that students who take in concurrent enrollment have increased engagement. They believe they can be successful in high school and college classes. They are actually more successful in high school and college, and let alone to the pocketbooks of parents who are looking ahead to try to pay for higher education. This is a huge deal. But this only happens because of the work of our concurrent enrollment teachers and what they do. And I absolutely believe to sustain these impactful programs, we have to pay the people who are doing the work, and that is the teachers. Right now, they are not getting additional compensation for this work. They do have master's degrees, but so do most of the teachers in our school who aren't doing concurrent enrollment. They are putting in 15 to 30 hours at least anytime they have a new class to make sure that they are implementing what is required to make that efficient and successful. They have to do different grade books. They align with the community colleges to align the high school class they're doing to match the college class so they'll actually be able to get the credit for it. They have to go through communication. They work again with Red Rocks. They are evaluated. There are just so many additional expectations that are required of them, and I see it every single year when I'm helping these teachers get their classes going, getting students registered. It is above and beyond what is regularly being done. And so for this, again, I really believe what makes these things happen are that teachers taking on this significant workload truly is above and beyond what they're doing because they have to align with our college partners, at least 15 to 30 hours to start a new class, and then every year after that per section, that is also additional work that is happening every year. And then teachers not only have a master's degree, you have to have a content area specific master's degree to get this. So we have teachers who would do this, but it's going to cost them more time, more money, more effort, even to have an opportunity to get qualified. So let alone you do qualify. There's a whole process to get the class going, and if we're going to get teachers to put in the time and extra effort, they got to believe that we believe in them, that we value them, that we're going to pay them to do this time and work, because they're already extended. And what I don't want to have happen is them burn out, because my boys are in 5 and 7, first and kindergartners at Red Rocks Elementary. I fully expect them to come up through Jeffco, and I want these opportunities in schools to be there, because that's going to make them believe having this higher education, this access, this equity that we offer in our building to all students makes so many things possible. So I just know if we're going to sustain this, we have to value our teachers, and to value their time, we have to incentivize them. The current teachers, we have to incentivize them for what they've done, the work they've put in on their own time without the extra pay. And then if we're going to incentivize new teachers to be willing to put the time and effort and energy to actually offer more classes, then we have to incentivize them to. Honestly, 4 years ago, we offered 3 classes at Bear Creek. That was 9 credits. We are at 25 classes now, offering over 120 college credits for students. Last time I checked, that's close to a bachelor's degree. Now, for a kid to get those credits in those classes, now that doesn't equate to that because it has to be in specific areas, but we might get them close to an associate's. And with programs like Ascent being cut next year, we got to find a way to do this in our building. And if we are offering these kinds of numbers and these kinds of classes, I don't know why in Jeffco we're not shouting this to rooftops, because this would make me want to come to this district. And if we want to keep these things going, it is the teachers. It's not me. I support them and help them do this. It is the teachers. So that's what I'm asking, is for this to be on the table so that we can look for a stipend to compensate our concurrent enrollment teachers in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen. Are there any questions for Gretchen? Okay.
Thank you all so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. So, great. Okay, and with that, we are going to present our counter on Article 17. Is this our delta? All right, so a lot of this has been agreed to, so we're just going to move on down until we get to the 17-9 student trips and overnights. So it looks like we accepted a grammar change. And then moving on, we have put back in the 0.54% of Lane 1, Year 1 salary. As was mentioned last week, I mean, this number doesn't change year over year over year over year, and yet those people that are spending their time doing this, that's time away from their families, that's time away from grading, planning, et cetera, in their own lives, and we think that should also go up the way all of their costs are going up. So we've put that back in, and then also that was for for outdoor lab. And then we've also put on this CTSO, we've put that back in as well, and we've added that competitive CTSO advisors who qualify for the activity sponsor outlined in Appendix B are not, or I guess you guys have put that in there. So, so it looks like we are still determining the details of Appendix B, and we are going to be returning that next. And we're not sure, are there middle school competitive CTSO programs? There might be. And so this language went in again for the same reason. So we're taking another swing at that. There needs to be a mechanism for that to go up. Otherwise, it's, again, asking people to make less and less each year that they do that work. 17-10-5. So it looks like we've got the additional performance pay will be paid in accordance with Appendix B. Steps on the Appendix B schedule will increase. So it looks like this is all outlined in B, who qualifies. So adding this in here is awkward. So that was just the change that we made. And we've accepted the stipends, and then moving down. Okay, so I think everything else has been accepted except for, as Gretchen was so kind to come here and present to us, we've put back in educators providing concurrent enrollment will receive that stipend of 0.5% of the Step 1, Lane 1. And again, this comes back to the workload, both to get it and ongoing to keep current with what would be expected at a college level. This is a service that we are offering to our students that they are not, that they would have to pay for otherwise at a college or a university. And so there's a lot of work that goes into that. And as the people that are doing it, as they leave, we might have younger teachers that are like, this just doesn't make sense to me to put the time or the money or the effort into doing this. And so we need to incentivize that so that we can continue to to provide those exceptional educational experiences, and this is truly a benefit to the whole community. So we are putting that back in. Any questions on Article 17 at this time? All right, we'll just keep this this party rolling, and we're going to move on to are we going to do language? We're doing Appendix B next. So I need to find. Okay, we'll do the language first, and then we will look at the stipend schedule. This is. So in the title, we went ahead and went back, reverted to original language. We just feel that calling out high school, it just feels exclusionary. This is going to be a salary schedule that does have implications for all levels, and we feel that at the very top, at the title level, it should include all of those people that are going to be represented by the language below. We understand that there will be individual sections where there'll be more specificity for how those stipends are paid out, but at the top, we wanted to make sure we're inclusive of all. So we have put that language back as it appears in original language. And we've taken it out. I think we moved it around as well. Athletic coaches, activity sponsors, so we've accepted that. Moving down, I believe we've accepted most of these changes. I think we did strike high school because it could apply also to elementary in the 8 under pay. It could apply to elementary or middle, depending. And then under elementary and middle school, I believe we've accepted all changes in the paragraph. In number 2, we've also added art educators and middle school art educators assigned to 2 or more schools will receive separate stipend for each school where they plan, organize, and prepare artwork for 3 or more shows a year. And I know Brooke can probably speak better to this, but the amount of work that is involved in taking someone's work and the mounting of the work and the preparation and writing up the little name cards and the artist statements, et cetera, that go along with that, it does take a great deal of time. And so we feel that we would be remiss to not include them. So that was an addition. On number 4, we've changed that to elementary general music and elementary educators who conduct after-school choir rehearsals. We've added that language in to, again, acknowledge the amount of work that goes into that and also helping to prepare those students to then excel at the middle and high school levels. We've added in 2 or more schools, so we added in the language of K-8 and or 7 through 12. Because again, if I'm doing that for elementary all the way through or a 7 through 12, that's a lot of times doubling of the work that would be there. I think I have that right. So, okay. So we've added that in. And under number 6, middle school theater educators who plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 3 performances, and middle school theater educators who plan, organize, and conduct 3 performances each semester will be eligible to receive 2 stipends. Again, if they're doing it for both of those semesters. So that was because of the additional work if you do it 3 a year as opposed to 3 a semester. So some providing those additional experiences for students in both semesters, we added that in as well to the language. Question on first the language, yeah. Yes, Amanda.
I just want to make sure I understand the art educators that you're adding. Are you saying that only art educators or middle school art educators assigned to 2 or more schools? So if you're just assigned to 1 school, you don't qualify for the stipend, only if you are assigned to 2 or more schools?
I don't know if that's accurate.
No, it's mirroring the music educators language. So if art educators are assigned to 2 or more schools, then they can receive multiple stipends, I think it's supposed to say. So it's supposed to mirror the music. So art educators, the music, maybe we made a mistake. Let me read it real quick. Art educators, middle school. Art educators assigned to 2 or... it's art educators that are assigned to 2 or more schools. K-8 or 712s will also receive a separate stipend for each school where they plan organize. So basically, if I'm at 2 schools and I do 6 art shows, then I can get more than 1 stipend. Does that make sense? Because
it does. It just didn't say that if you're only at 1 school, you also get that. Like, it's not already in language where it says if you're at just 1 school and you do 3 art shows.
Yeah, I think we might have mistyped something, but we can fix it.
Okay. I mean, I think I kind of knew what you were saying, but I also didn't want to assume.
Yeah, no, thank you. But also for K-8 and 712, because they're teaching multiple grade levels, they also participate in middle school and elementary school art shows. And so if they do, 6 shows, they could get 2 stipends.
Okay, yeah, it's possible that we missed that other piece in there, but we can go ahead and add that in. Okay.
I also wanted to ask about the middle school theater educators. So isn't it possible that high school theater educators could also be conducting more than 3 performances?
Well, as the wife of a theater teacher.
Oh, nice, helpful, very helpful.
There's usually separate stipends for your musical and the fall, like my husband does the fall play. And then also along that, right, he gets a stipend for directing. He usually does tech. He'll have someone else do choreography because you don't want him to do that. And, like when the choir teacher helps him with the musical, there's a stipend for that. This is our attempt at getting at some equity since the middle school person has to do all those jobs. The stipend is much smaller, and my assumption is they're probably doing more than 1 production in a year, but we maintained that language in case they only do 1 production with 3 shows. If they're actually changing, it's co-curricular, they change it semester, they do a fall show and a spring show, we feel like it's a more equitable, they're getting a much smaller stipend than the high school folks.
Okay, thank you.
That was real small. Okay. Yes, well, let's talk about the left. So I think we're getting close to agreement here. We've accepted your language on the tennis assistant. However, I did have a long conversation with a swim coach at my school, and what he was sharing with me was that the girls' swimming is the largest sport by participation. And so and he was very unclear as to why then they were where they were at. And he said, if it's about a JV team, he's like, we do have a JV team. They just can't have a separate game situation because we have limited pool space. So that's why they're competing at the same time, basically, because of the limited school, like a pool space and resources available. If we had a swimming pool at each school, that would be a different story. Then we could provide for that. But at this time, we don't. But the JV coach that's responsible for that is doing a tremendous amount of work and has a tremendous amount of responsibility, particularly given that there's young people in a pool and the numbers are quite large. And so as somebody who had done a lot of different assistant coaching positions, he was like, this far and away is the hardest one out of all of them. He doesn't feel that he still understands or has been given a sufficient reason for why it was placed where it was placed. And so we're asking for that to be reconsidered. We also have placed back on there the middle school and elementary school stipends back into that lane 1. And again, to recognize all of that work that is being done. We feel that they should be, especially with the amount of experience they're gaining each time, they should be allowed to move up. We know that they're on lane 1, but with years of experience comes more efficiency, better product, probably growing their program, and all of those things are a benefit to our schools and to our students. So we're going to counter with putting them back on the schedule. And then in terms of the lane movement, on lane 4, 5, and 6, I know we're getting closer, so we're countering. We went down from 7.8% to 7.25% for lane 5 to 9%, or sorry, that was lane 4. We've accepted that. Sorry, we accepted the 7.25 in lane 4. We are countering with 9 and 11 in lanes 5 and 6 to get us closer to that goal on our 3-year schedule. So we're trying to get there by year 3. We are hoping to get those to 8, 10, and 12. And so we feel that that makes more movement in that direction. Are there any questions on? Yes, go ahead.
I'm just going to make another assumption that you wanted to also put the art teachers, educators on that lane 1. Okay.
What we'll do is we're going to, while we're doing the comp proposal, we're going to add those things back in and reshare into the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
So, all right, at this time, we will be presenting our compensation counter proposal. We do have a short presentation with members that are going to be providing some more detail as to what our counter offer is.
All right, so this is Mike. I just want to try and give some context around our counter. So going into this first slide, I kind of want to dive into, like, as we're talking about an increase in budget, what we mean by that and where that came from. So I'm sure many educators in the room ended up going out to the Capitol and protesting and like really taking like part in acting for and advocating for an increase in budget at the state level for education, because we did initially see a cut at that level. And I think part of the reason why it wasn't cut was because so many of us showed up en masse to the Capitol. So first off, like, that is us. That is us in the room. I'm sure if you're here hours into bargaining, you were probably there too. So that's the first thing that, like, you know, is really representative, that like we are the ones driving, like, you know, our district getting more money. And then at the JCEA level, we have a couple of different avenues where we've been advocating for more money at the state level to come into Jeffco that isn't necessarily going to always be like headline news or any of that. One of the main ways that, this was my first time ever lobbying ever, and it was daunting. It was a very, educational experience where I got to meet a lot of legislators and I got to tell them my story of why I came to the state and then how I ended up in Jeffco. And quite short, I got to a point in North Carolina where I'm from where I was having to make major life choices around what can and can't I pay for. I didn't go to an insanely expensive college. I went to a public school for 3 years, and then I graduated, and then I got my master's in 1 year. I think I did college responsibly, and I got to a point where I couldn't support my family that I wanted to have, and just the realities of growing living expenses was a major factor that my now wife and I had to consider in where did we need to move to. So I didn't get master's pay there. I think my starting salary was about like $39,000. This was back in 2019, so not too long ago. And one of the reasons why we came here is we isolated all of the states where there is master's pay. And after that, we just had to dive into like which states did it make the most sense for us to move to. And as I was sharing that experience with these legislators, they didn't realize that other states didn't have master's pay, but then also that compensation truly is a means for educators to decide where to go. Like, it's something that is thrown around a lot, but this is how I decided to come here. This is why I decided to come here. In part is because I truly do make more money here than I did in North Carolina, and that is reflected in me now being able to pay off my loans now. That was the story that I was sharing with legislators, and I was then asking them, are you in support of us? Will you vote against any budget that cuts funding at the state level to education? But then also, would you be an advocate for us? Would you be an advocate in these state in these legislative bodies in order to advocate for more money to go to education? And more and more and more, we got more legislators on our side, and we got them to then replace budget cuts to education with budget increases to education. So on April 28th at 9:30, the governor did sign the budget. And in that budget was an increase of $150 million in the general fund for the state share of total program funding in FY 25-26 to jumpstart the new school finance formula. That is coming straight from the governor's transmittal letter. So that was what we together were able to accomplish. We are actively getting more money at the state level to then go on to Jeffco. We've also scheduled meetings with our legislators, and we've also done letter writing campaigns. We've been calling in, we've been emailing in. Like, we aren't just sitting here saying, give us more money. We are going out of our way, hours, to get the state to appropriate more funds to school districts like Jeffco. And that has translated into, like, yes, that's success, and oh my God, none of us can see that from here. In essence, we didn't just want to say, all right, here's a pool of money, go to town. Instead, we really wanted to put intentionality behind, like, why that money was coming to us and what the intention at the state level was behind that money. So I teach government. I recognize that the state legislature doesn't, make our Jeffco budget, but at the same time, they do have a voice in, where they would like the money to go. And we spoke with specifically the state legislatures for Jeffco. So we got 9. Representative Byrd is not on here because she signed in since I made this presentation, I think in the last few hours. But we do have all these legislators signing on saying this money that we increased funding for is intended for compensation increases at each one of your districts. And I just want to to highlight part of this letter that, again, I know many of us cannot read. So we believe that with the increase in state funding, the district now has an opportunity to prioritize and invest in its most valuable asset, its educators. This priority is further underscored by the budget recently signed into law at the state. Additional public education advocates have signed this letter as a demonstration of their support of the Board of Education to increase investments in Jeffco Public Schools' greatest asset, their dedicated educators, by increasing salaries and benefit packages. So as we move along, I want to bring this back up because I brought up last time that I gave a compensation proposal that we take a pay cut for working in Jeffco. And I want to help make Jeffco better. I try to do it in my classroom. I try and do it by collaborating with people at the Ed Center. And I think this is another huge opportunity for us to catch up to other districts because truly we are behind. And looking at this, I don't want to have to take a pay cut to teach my current students. I don't want to feel like I have to invest my career somewhere else because maybe further on down the line, it makes more sense for me to work in Boulder or Cherry Creek or wherever it is. We are the second largest district by enrollment size, by budget, and as a consequence, I look at those numbers and I just think, God, how are we so far behind? So as we get into more and more of what our counter is, I just want to emphasize this isn't to be petty or whatnot. It's specifically because we are taking a pay cut working here. And truly, I want to catch up to the other districts.
Okay, I think I'm next here. So I wanted to address some of the things, the district had a presentation last week to justify some of the actions that they'd done. And I wanted to address some of the points that were made in that, and then also show kind of, to build on what Michael said, some of the places where there is money or sources of money that we believe can be used for compensation for next year. The first thing that I have here, though, is the district had presented stated raises, and Amanda did talk about this great book, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. So I did this weekend go, and I spent part of my weekend reading through this because it's, what better way to spend a weekend? So the district, though, had 9.1% on 2021, 2022 was 9%, et cetera. And when you actually look, though, and this is page 134 of this document, it has a table that shows average salary increases in ACFR. There was a bit of a discrepancy where the title had certified staff and then the table noted licensed staff. I think that might have been a oversight or typo on the part of the people who wrote this report, that they switched terms there. But the gist of it was these salaries were for teachers, library media specialists, counselors, psychologists, nurses, occupational therapists, physical therapists, et cetera. And what we see is the average salary for 2021 actually dropped, indicating that there was some turnover and maybe there was some reshuffling of who was working where in 2020. And what I did was I went from 2021 or 2020 to 2021 and then 2021 to 22, looking at the discrepancies between those values. And when you do all those, the actual increase, and essentially what this does is it takes out the step increase from the district presentation because the population of teachers and educators as a whole is a unit, and people are moving within that unit, but it's, so individual teachers might see more of this, more increase than the 6.6% because they're moving up the salary schedule, but the block as a whole over that time period saw just under a 20% gain in salary from 2021 up to 2024. Interestingly, that pretty much exactly matched the consumer price index increase. So during those times, which admittedly were good years in terms of salary. Good years meant that the average salary shown for the JCEA bargaining unit matched the consumer price index. And yeah, so that was that. There was also some comments made about school business managers, and they have increased from 0 in 2019 to 39 in the current fiscal year. And JCEA is fully aware of the valuable work that these employees do. However, many of the responsibilities of the job for school business managers replace work that was done by JESPA employees. And essentially here, the district has replaced union jobs with non-union jobs with the proliferation of these employees. And yeah. The next slide, I had mentioned this late at night in bargaining, after our break, but the district had a deceptive table where they had students were shown cropped at 50,000. Teachers, their total number of teachers went all the way down to 0. As a result, there was a very deceptive table which showed the decline of teachers at a much, much slower rate in appearance than the decline of students because the teacher table hadn't been cropped. And I wanted to just illustrate that on this table, showing if you crop teachers at 50,000, you see a pretty dramatic decline in student enrollment. But if you were to have matched what was done with the teachers with students, you see that decline is much, much less noticeable. So we really want, when we're comparing these data, we want apples compared to apples, not apples compared to oranges. Okay, there's also been a consistent dialogue or discourse over this year that we've been giving you really big raises the last few years. And we have received substantial raises, and we definitely appreciate that. But we did want to highlight that we had to fight here at the table really hard for those raises. The initial proposals that came from the district were nowhere near as robust as what was finally agreed upon. So in this table, you'll see for 2021, the initial proposal was a 1% COLA, a 1% stipend, and 2 steps. And that 2 steps was to make up for the year before that, there was essentially a salary freeze because of COVID. In 2022, there was a new salary schedule, so it's kind of hard to compare. I will note that we had to go to impasse to get that in the form that was really acceptable to JCEA. So that was not gotten until August of that year because the district was not coming with what we thought was an appropriate schedule until August. Then, the last 2 years, the opening amount was a 3% COLA. Well, you'll see in the end, each of these was roughly 2% more. So, the final agreement has been fairly generous, but that was not initially the case with the district proposal. It was after a lot of hard work at the table to get there. We did want to note that for this year, the initial proposal was a 0% COLA with no stipend. And, like Michael said, there's going to be a 0.93% increase in state funding. There are 63 fewer teachers that are going to be working in Jeffco, JCEA unit employees will be working in Jeffco next year. So there'll be fewer people to pay for. There's more money. So it seems really odd that we're actually being offered substantially less money, a substantial pay cut this year compared to what was offered last year. Okay, next slide. This slide was also given, and case in point, we should have a longer period of time maybe to show a trend. This was we had shown initially the 360, 381, 410. The district had extended it back 2 more years and noted that there were 10 years in the comprehensive report that were reported, which made me wonder, well, why did they stop at 5 years? That's kind of an odd thing. If they're 10 years in the comprehensive report, why stop at the 5 years? Well, the next slide shows, and I notice in terms of the y-axis, I did, if we go actually back to the other one for a second, sorry about that. If we go back there, you'll see it goes from 320 up to 420. So I wanted to match the same kind of calibration that was given in the district presentation, but 2015 actually had 300 employees, so I had to drop a little bit lower than that on there. But when you look at central administration FTE staffing, 2020 was where last week's district table started, right at the peak there. And then it went down, in part due to lack of staffing, unfilled positions, and then it has been on this steady increase since then. But you'll notice prior to 2020, for the 5 or 6 years before that, there was a dramatic increase in central administration. So, it's been an ongoing trend for 10 years of rapid increase in central administration staffing. And I have asked 3 times at the table here for what are the levels for next year. I have not gotten an answer. That information has not been disclosed yet to JCEA, which I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's more or less. I honestly do not know. Will the upward trend continue? As a mathematician and scientist, I tend to extrapolate. And if I'm looking at that, I'm looking at, okay, there's going to be about 430 central administration staff next year. I don't know. I honestly don't know, because after 3 times asking for that information, we haven't gotten it. Okay, next slide shows percentage changes, and this is for the full 10 years. Teachers over those 10 years have declined 9.25%. Administrative services, that employee group has increased 26.75%. Now, central administration, which the district had noted that we'd included some principals in central administration last time, I did, for these calculations, use the exact groups that were used by the district. There was one group where the district actually, it has both central and school staff there, but one of the things is almost inconsequential. So this number could be off by 0.03% or something. But bottom line, central administration in the last 10 years has been up 36.67%, while teachers have declined 9.25%. So if you want to look at where can money come from, well, if central administration had been declining at the rate of teachers, had been declining at the rate of students, that would be a heck of a lot of money. And it might be noted also that the school managers, it might be noted the school managers are not in that central administration group. Okay. Another slide here, sources of money. And a few of these I've already said, but the district has acknowledged they're cutting 63 JCEA branch employees for next year. That's nearly a $7 million savings for the district. The district has not re-upped the 2% stipend that they gave us last year. That is a saving of about $8.5 million. New money is coming from the state. That's over $7.6 million of additional funds, okay? And it was commented last week that, well, CDE has the numbers wrong. They aren't counting a big enough drop. We are actually revising our numbers. I will note that this $7.6 million factors in a decline in enrollment of 1,817 students. So that increase is with a substantial decline in enrollment. That enrollment decline is almost twice what it was, for this current year. So there's been a huge decline that CDE is acknowledging and putting into their calculations, and still coming up with a $7.6 million addition in funds. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, CDE has underestimated the number of students who actually attend Jeffco schools. Last year, they underestimated by 50 students. The year before, it was 103 students. So when we are hearing, oh, well, we're 800 students off, and you need to factor that in and trust us that the 7.5 million is actually 1.5 million, you just have to trust us on those $6 million, that's not what the data is showing. The data is showing that the CDE is very conservative in their numbers, and it should be taken at face value. My experience at Stanley Lake High School is that we always have lower staffing numbers. Then in August, there's this rush of people who come to the school, and they're like, ooh, can we enroll our kid, can we enroll our kid? And all of a sudden, all these classes that had been not full, all of a sudden are bursting at the seams, and we're having to turn people away. So let's wait until that rush is done before we say, oh, the number of students is less. Okay, I think Dale is going to continue from here.
Okay, so over the weekend, I started thinking about comparing this current year salary against the proposals for next year. So this chart shows the net salary before taxes, and I chose 3 different data points, 3 different places on the salary schedule. Step 1, lane 1, and that person took the basic Kaiser DHMO. It's just themselves on there. The second one is step 11, lane 3, so it's a mid-career educator. They have the Kaiser HDHP, they themselves and their children on there. And then the third one is somebody who's at the end of their career. They're on the very bottom of the salary schedule. Step 22, lane 6, and they have the Aetna DHMO, and it's themselves and their children. So I have the base salary for each of these, and you can see the starting salary, it's $55,256. This year they got a 2% stipend, which bumps their salary to $56,361. The cost of their benefits is $102 a month. Times that times 12, it's $1,224 for the year. These numbers are all rounded. By the way, they're rounded to the nearest dollar. So if you have your salary plus 2%, their salary is $56,361 minus the $1,224 for benefits. So their net salary before taxes is $55,137. For the mid-career, their benefits are, their base salary is $76,504. With the stipend, it comes out to $78,034. Cost of benefits is $578 a month times 12. That comes out to $6,936 for a year. So you take their salary plus the 2% stipend, you subtract their benefits. Their salary before taxes is $71,098. For the end of the career educator, their base salary plus the 2% stipend comes out to $112,957. Their benefits are $669 over the course of the year. That's $8,028. So their salary plus their 2% minus their benefits, their net salary before taxes is $104,929 for this year. Now we go to the next year. For the proposals next year, and this is using all of the proposals that are available, and it's the cost of the benefits is directly out of what was sent out to the employees this week. So now the steps have changed by 1 year. We've gone from step 1 to step 2, step 11 to step 12, step 22. They have nowhere to go, so they're just there. Same benefits except for the end of the career. We were told that it's believed that most of the people who are in Aetna would migrate to the Surest. So, step 2, lane 1, their base salary next year would be $56,638 plus the 0.25% COLA with $142 over the course of the year for their salary to be $56,780. The cost of their benefits next year goes up to $147 a month times 12. It's $1,764 for the year. So their salary with the 2.25% COLA minus their benefits, their salary, net salary before taxes is $55,016. The mid-career educator, their salary would go up to $78,417. A 1/4% COLA would bump their salary up to $78,613. Their benefits go up to $652 a month. Over the course of the year, that's $78.24. So the salary plus a 1/4% COLA minus their benefits, their net salary next year before taxes is $70,789. For the end of the career, with their 1/4% COLA, their salary will go up $277 over the course of the year for $111,019. Their benefits on the surest are $892 over the course of the year. That's $10,704. So you take their salary plus the 1/4% COLA minus their benefits, their net salary before taxes are $100,315. So if we we do a side-by-side comparison of this year's salary to next year's salary, everybody loses. Some more, some less. For the person that was in step 1 to step 2, they have a difference in their pay of $121 over the course of the year. That is a 0.22% decrease in pay. For the mid-career from step 11 to step 12, they lose $309 over the course of the year. That is a 0.43% decrease over the course of the year. And for the end of the career educator, they lose $4,614 over the course of the year. It's a 4.4%, 0% decrease of their pay. And this is, then we have to factor in the increasing cost of living, which the state put at 2.3%. We don't know what's going to happen with tariffs. We don't know what's going to happen with the cost, groceries, gas, utilities. So across the board, teachers are losing, educators are losing money everywhere.
Okay, so bearing all of that in mind, JCEA would like to counter the district's last proposal with a 7.25% COLA. We would like to acknowledge the fact that we know we're negotiating, we know we need to make movement. The district came up 0.25%, and when we've returned, we've doubled that with coming down from 0.75 to 0.25. So we're trying to make movement here in this negotiations process, but we also need to honor the fact that based on what we've looked at, there are money sources, and also that there are increased costs to our benefits that we do not want our educators to have to absorb. So with that, steps and lanes, which have already been on the table. I want to talk about this again, this last lane moving from 5 to 6. It's the only lane right now that is at a 2% as opposed to a 4% jump. And again, bearing in mind, looking at those last couple of graphs, it does seem to be the educators that are at the bottom of the salary schedule that most have to absorb the decrease in pay year over year after year. Once they hit that step 22 and they're over on the end of the lanes, if there's not a COLA, then they're essentially, especially considering benefits, making less money each year. And so one thing that we could do for them, and it's something that was, again, promised when we originally went to the salary schedule, was we were going to move to the salary schedule this year. Then next year we're going to move that lane. And we've been waiting ever since to get that lane moved over. We would like to acknowledge the time and the effort and the money that our educators put into getting to that lane 6, and that 2% is long overdue. We know that there is money on the table with benefits, as co-presented with JESPA, and also money asks in other articles. And so we're just acknowledging that in this counter, that we know that those exist. Are there any questions at this time about the compensation proposal?
I just want to tell Rob that I appreciate the restructure of the y-axis, because I noticed also in your original presentation, you had variability in your y-axes too, and so I think it's important that that we try to get on the same page with that and really build those out as far as like the increments. When we try to compare things, we need to be really intentional about making sure that y-axis is accurate and comparable, because to your point, it's really hard to compare two different line graphs using two different y-axes.
Yeah, and on the one I had on that initial presentation, I tried to have a proportional amount on the two.
Yeah, I thought
I tried to keep it where it was, again, proportional and it was visible, but there is an advantage to cutting it, because then you can see nuances within the data that if it goes all the way to zero, it gets all smushed together. So there's validity in doing it, but it just, if you're showing something, it should be comparable between the two graphs if you're side by side.
Sure, I appreciate
Which I did try to do on that first graph.
It's how Rob keeps things exciting.
Right? The other thing I wanted to just put in the room is that when we agree to, anytime we agree to one-time money, that's essentially what it is. It's one-time funding. So when we agree to a 2% one-time or a 1% one-time, unfortunately, there cannot be an assumption that one-time money will be translated into ongoing money. And so I just feel like it's not a completely fair representation to say that people are going to lose money because they should have only been expecting it one time, because that's all we agreed to last year, and haven't discussed that this year.
To respond to that, I would say that, a lot of the reason we keep putting that in, and I know it is one-time money, it's not part of the COLA, it's not something that we should expect, but it is a savings that the district sees. And that's why it's in there, because it is, and I forget the exact number, 8.5 million or something. Shoot, where did it go? Yeah, so the stipend, $8.5 million. That is money that this current fiscal year, the district is spending. Okay, if it removes that from the equation, that's money that is not being spent this coming year, which means in real dollar terms, when you get down to the budget, that is money that was spent on the JCEA bargaining unit that last year will not be spent this year. It would be an $8.5 million savings, regardless of whether it's ongoing or one time. It still means the district doesn't have to pay this, which still means that it's savings for the district. So if the district is then saying we're anticipating the same amount of spend next year and we're still going to spend down our reserves by $40 million, if they're saving $8.5 million here, that means they're going to be spending that $8.5 million somewhere else.
And just as a reminder, that isn't money we're saving, it's money we're spending from our savings. Right, so we intentionally, like I even advocated for this, intentionally did one-time money to spend down reserves. Like that was very intentional, that offer.
But what I'm saying is this year there was a 40 million-ish spend down is what is projected. Okay, if next year the spend down is still 40 million, that would not include, according to the proposals that have been given, that would not include this $8.5 million, which means if the spend down is the same, there's $8.5 million being spent somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's things like what I had indicated last week, needing to pay for 50% of all SROs. So that's one of the expenditures that would potentially take the place of the 8.5 million. And there are others. I don't know them off the top of my head. I'm sorry, but I mean, I can find them.
I'm just noting it's a reduction in money going to JCEA.
Understand.
All right, if there are no additional questions, we would like to also quickly present Article 14, and then we're going to be meeting with, right here. Then we're going to quickly caucus with JESPA in the back cave, and then hopefully come back out. All right. Oh, God, yes. Sorry. If you look in the agenda, the two items in there, Article 17 and the Appendix B, I've added and made the fixes. My apologies. So I think something just got lost, but it's in there now. Thank you for catching that. Whew. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, if there's team members that want to go ahead and step out into the back cave to begin chatting with JESPA, go for it. A couple of us will stay back for Article 14. So pick your adventure. We're going to be inviting Ms. Dahlman to the table to provide some historical. We've lost our great historian on all things Jeffco since the year 2006. And so, whoa. So we would like to have someone in the room to kind of explain how this process went and explain. So the one piece that we are left with that we're going back and forth on is this 14-4-3-1. And so I think we're almost there, but I just want to have Carrie to talk a little bit about the last time that we went through the Great Recession, and we were looking at having to cut a ton of money out of the budget. And the original thought from the district was, we're going to have to riff. And then you showed up and said...
Hi, I'm Carrie Dahlman. I was president of JCEA in 2011. Thank you. The timing was really interesting. The U.S. Department of Education was putting on a labor management collaboration conference in Denver, and we were one of many districts from across the country who attended. It was Dave Thomas, Cindy Stevenson, and myself who went, well, threesome. And I had sat in on a session that day with Montgomery County, Maryland, who has a very unique budget setting process. All of their employee groups and their board work together to set the district budget, and they do that through a consensus process, or at least in 2011 they did that. And I was pretty inspired by that because we'd had some pretty difficult negotiations over the years. We sat down at lunch and we were talking about the different sessions we had attended. And Cindy was the first one to get the text because, you know, she has the dedicated communications department that said the governor had come out 10% cut across the board. We knew immediately, and she shared with me, and Dave Thomas shared with me, this means layoffs, like this is where we're headed. And I said, hold on a moment, let me tell you about Montgomery County. And at lunch that day, we hashed out a process driven by our common objective, which was student achievement and supporting kids in the district. We hashed out a process which was representatives of the three employee groups, the board, and the superintendent would come together. And we would do some of the hardest work that we'd ever done. Because each of us agreed we were equals in that room when it came to making tough budget decisions. And when you are facing a 10% cut across the board, and you're looking at layoffs, you're looking at increased class sizes, it was frightening. It was a successful process. We all suffered. But rather than fight it out, we worked together. And I heard you say earlier, it's the board's job to make cuts. You're right. It is the board's job. And the board in 2011 decided to do it in collaboration with the employee associations. We then took our agreements back to our respective bodies, the board, JCEA, JESPA, JCAA. And in the end, our collaborative agreement held. I really would encourage you, because this is a RIF language, this is the sky's falling. Bad things are going to happen, not just to staff, but ultimately to our students as a result. What we were able to achieve through our employee summit process, it hurt, but it hurt a whole lot less than if we had spent the next year fighting over it. And if you'd like to read more, Ed Week has a nice article on it.
So with that perspective, we did add back in the language that the group will bring recommendations to the bargaining table for the parties to negotiate, and we added applicable contract language, because we understand that there might be pieces of that that then would be agreed upon by the bargaining team. It might end up in bargaining in the contract with the salary schedule or with an MOU or what have you, but that we would think that we would all want to have an opportunity to weigh in on that, to offer suggestions, and then to agree, to come together and agree and say, yes, we agree, we're going to do this. You know, it's better than, you know, X other item that could be worse. So that is why we've added that back in. And other than that, I think we're in agreement with the rest. I just didn't highlight it yet, but we would be in agreement with this blue piece added.
Okay, we probably just need a little bit of time to just chat about it. We can probably bring this one back this evening still.
All right. In that case, thank you. And we're going to take a few minutes break here to confer and be back with the benefits counter or situation.
Thank you.
All right, and we're back. So Amanda, what we saw was a slide that said 75% of staff want increase in compensation more than benefits. So that's what you presented. So you're saying more folks want compensation. Are you revising your compensation proposal then to cover increase in the cost of insurance and inflation so as not to have employees shoulder that pay cut?
We do have a revised compensation offer to prepare for, to present to JCEA this evening and to JESPA on Tuesday. However, I have not run the numbers. I do not believe that it will completely cover the costs for all employees.
So what we were proposing is we are open to continue the benefits conversation on Tuesday at our joint session if you'll be ready and authorized for the benefits portion. And if Tuesday doesn't work, can you just notify us when you will be ready and authorized for that?
Yes. I'm sorry, just so you know, JESPA is Tuesday, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. because of boardroom availability. Sorry that we have to start so late.
So just wanted to say we are open to continuing that conversation then. If Tuesday doesn't work, rolling into Wednesday JCEA, rolling into our next JESPA.
Thank you. The JCEA compensation proposal or the, I can. Let me find it. All right, so we are live, right, Brandon? Okay, just making sure. So you can see from our, sorry, Jennifer, I didn't give Jennifer enough time to link it in. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so as a reminder, back on 4-3, our compensation offer was steps and lanes for JCEA, the coach and activity sponsor stipend, bite 2 of the apple, an additional $10 per month in employee benefits. That was approximately an $8.5 million increase. On 5-1, we presented that eligible JCEA employees would receive steps and lanes. Again, that's 6.9 million, 0.25% COLA was 1.3 million. We did agree to some additional adds. So we had the coach and activity sponsor stipend in, adding the competitive CTSO stipends, stipend for eligible K-12 visual arts, elementary, middle school, vocal, instrumental music, et cetera. We had proposed adding that to step 1, lane 1 of the coach and activity sponsor stipend, an increase from the previous $1,000 flat rate stipend. One of the things I noted, I wanted to let you know, JCEA, that I had failed to include in here, which we had included in the Article 17 proposal, was that we were amenable to adding in the stipend for the special licenses for PT, OT, and SLP. So I apologize that I failed to put this on there. That is in no way saying we didn't agree to it because we had already presented it in 17. I also presented that we would shift our benefits proposal. So we took that out of the overall estimated cost. That was $9.6 million estimated cost. It was a little bit higher because of me failing to put in the SLP, OT, and PTs. Whoops, sorry, wrong way. So our current compensation offer, we are increasing again from what was 9.6 million to an overall estimated cost of 12.6 million. So eligible JCEA employees would receive steps and lanes, a 0.75% COLA for all JCEA employees, still maintaining that we would increase the coach and activity sponsor stipend to the 3 percentages as previously presented. Again, a 0.25% COLA would also be applied to the activity I'm sorry, a 0.75, I apologize, I forgot to update that. A 0.75% COLA would be applied to the coach and activity sponsor stipend as well. Adding CTSO stipends, the art, music, PE, excuse me, not PE, art, music, theater, et cetera, would be step one, lane one is how this current proposal is remains, because we had not seen your previous proposal, or your proposal this evening. And then adding SLP, OTs, and PTs, I did include that cost this time. It's a $344,000 cost. So again, that total estimated cost is $12.6 million. And that is where we are currently at with our compensation offer. I will adjust that 0.25 to 0.75. Thank you. There you go.
Are there any questions?
Just to follow up from the slideshow, do you have the numbers yet for central administration staffing next year?
I'm sorry, I have not yet received them, but I promise you I've asked. I can show you the email I asked in.
Okay,
So I apologize, but I have not yet received them.
Okay, and I guess JCEA still does not believe the 6.9 million step cost, so we feel that this overstates the cost considerably.
Okay, if there are, doesn't look like there's any other questions, I can't see behind me. Then we will take that under consideration and return a counter at next Wednesday's bargaining session. And at this point, I believe we are moving along to some language that you have ready to go. Article 10, 8, and 18, and leaves, all of those. Okay, and at this point, I'm going to be departing, so I will check in.
Do you want us to take a break so that anyone who would like to leave can leave and not feel bad? I don't want anyone to feel bad. It is 9 o'clock at night, and we honor that you have to work tomorrow. So, yeah, let's come back in just about 5 minutes, and everybody can use the best restroom real quick if they need to. Thanks, yeah. right, welcome back, everyone. We have reset ourselves so we're not so spread out and far apart, although I will tell you it feels a little bit odd because we don't normally sit like this. So here we go. I don't even know where we're at on this crazy agenda, but it appears as though we are at Article 10, then 8. Is that 10 first, then 8? Okay, it felt a little weird to do it that order. And then 18, 13, these are all district proposals. We are currently on District Alpha of Article 10. As a reminder to everyone, Article 10 was not previously opened, but some of the language presented in 8, we all felt like potentially belonged in 10 because 10 is our collaboration article. And I'm just talking so I can fill the time while I get back onto the teams. Now I'm there. Okay, so Jennifer is going to present the language and I have it on screen. You all should have access to follow along.
Okay, so again, knowing that this article isn't open, this is just one section that we're adding in response to the ask from 8, the collaborative conversations that happen behind the scenes, and a way to sort of put in writing or codify in writing about a group of people that are identified in policies GB07 and IJ, and also there's a regulation that is IJR, who are the Curricular Materials and Resource Review Committee. And the reason why there was a discussion and a decision made to propose this as an addition to Article 10 is because this is all around collaboration and shared leadership. So 10.5 is Curricular Materials and Resources Review Committee. 10.5.1, the Curricular Materials and Resources Review Committee shall support student learning and academic rigor by ensuring that instructional resources are aligned to Colorado academic standards and Jeffco curriculum. The committee will review proposed resources and may issue majority and minority reports with its final recommendation as appropriate, consistent with board policies GP07 and IJ. The committee shall include up to 20 members with a balance of district content specialists, licensed educators, students, and community representatives. To the extent practicable, the committee shall include one committee member appointed by each member of the Board of Education, student members nominated by the school principals and selected by the chief academic officer, licensed teachers and/or instructional coaches with demonstrated expertise in the subject area recommended by JCEA for consideration by the CAO in the selection process. District content specialists selected by the CAO, and a facilitator who is designated by the CAO. In 10.5.3, the committee shall serve as in an advisory capacity to the superintendent and Board of Education regarding the approval and removal of instructional materials. Final approval of all instructional resources lies with the Board of Education, and the review process shall include evaluation of instructional materials through the Curricular Materials and Resources Review Committee as defined in policy GP07, a cross-departmental review of student data, security, public comment, and other relevant factors as defined by the district, and consideration of instructional materials used in advanced placement and international baccalaureate IB courses, which may be selected from College Board and IB organization recommended lists. In adding that language, it caused a need to reorder the other articles, and I have done so, and I have made one minor language cleanup in 10.7.1 around decision-making. It said as determined in 10.5.3, and we're trying to hard not to name specific articles because in this example, it's not 10.5.3 any longer. So I just adjusted that to say in accordance with this article, as I noticed that as I was going through. And that's all I have for that one. Any questions? And again, this is all in policy, so this is all coming from what is currently in policy. Makeup of the group, the responsibilities of the group, all of those things. Okay.
All right, moving on to 8.
No worries. Okay, so in Article 8, in 811, the district will assure that educators will be assigned to well-ventilated, heated, and properly lighted classrooms when they are scheduled to be at work. When adverse conditions arise, including but not limited to a power outage, a lack of clean running water due to a plumbing, well, or water main problem, etc., the district will make every effort to resolve the situation promptly or, if necessary, release educators and students if they are present. Should adverse conditions arise on a non-student conduct day, educators will be given the option to work at an alternative district location or remotely. Scrolling down to 8442, there was language proposed to sort of, I think, identify the work that the cell articulation coach plays in connection to the language around the cells language in 8442. And so we have taken that language and what you've proposed and combined it based on some feedback from the department to say the cell articulation coach plays a vital role in the effective implementation of district-aligned social, emotional, and behavioral SEB practices at the school level. To support this work, this position provides professional learning, coaching, and consultation to school staff, including but not limited to leadership, social emotional learning specialists, and mental health teams. The cell articulation coach responsibilities are outlined in their job description, evaluation rubric, and district role guidance documentation. Scrolling all the way down to 856, I believe. We have had to strike the language about the designation of cells articulation coaches in each of the articulation areas and positions at school-based cells. We are not able to accept that language at this time because it is one that has another cost component to the overall package and asks that we have thus far. And then in the section 8.8, which was the one that had a lot of the language around the desire for what we heard was educator voice at the table and opportunities to engage in collaboration around the curricular materials and resource implementation. So we have done our very best to take all of that language and collaborate with our knowledgeable others on the district side to come up with this language that we hope captures what the attempt was in the language that you brought forward. So in 881, Jeffco Public Schools is dedicated to providing high-quality educational materials that support student learning and align with state and district standards. The district and the association recognize that new resources have a substantial impact on an educator's workload. In 882, all new resources will be reviewed, adopted, and developed in collaboration with educators in accordance with policies GP07 and IJ. Resources include core instructional resources, such as textbooks and curriculum materials, but do not include physical teaching materials such as workbooks, lab materials, etc. Before I go on, I want to say that some of the language that's highlighted, it might not be in the same place that it was originally, but I took that and tried to, it's really hard when there's all the red lines in between, so I tried to create like a cohesive way that we could look at it, rather than having all of the red lines in the middle. So anything that is highlighted is language that was originally proposed that might have been moved to different spaces. So then in 821, before considering any resource or initiative, the district must clearly define the problem it seeks to address, such as, but not limited to, low attendance, declining graduation rates, or lack of post-high school readiness using materials, measurable data, and evidence. 822, after approving and rolling out a new resource, the district shall provide follow-up opportunities such as coaching, professional learning,
and feedback opportunities to ensure the resource's successful implementation. 821, all TOSAs will be provided with training on any new resource with which they are expected to support educators in implementing. 8222, to ensure timely communication and support across all subject areas, the teaching and learning team will determine the appropriate means for sharing information with building administrators and instructional coaches prior to the rollout of any new resource to educators in order to close communication gaps, promote consistent implementation of initiatives and resources, and improve clarity and coherence throughout the district. 823, educators who participate in the review, adoption, or development of new resources in alignment with policies GP07 and IJ will be released to engage in the work during the 40-hour work week or will be compensated in accordance with Article 7 of if the work occurs outside of the standard work week. And then in 883, school resource adoption and implementation. 8831, we've accepted the language. All new resources being considered for individual schools will be approved by their academic leadership team, or ALT, in accordance with Article 10 and policy. That should not be highlighted, so I'm going to unhighlight it. And policy IJ and regulation IJR. The ALT must consider operational realities and staff capacity and other competing resources initiatives or other curricular programs, specifically those from the district level, which may prohibitively impact the school-based resource being considered. We're striking the language in 8832 and reordering then the last one about the accountability clock, 883, this would now be 8832. If a school is on the accountability clock upon receiving a priority improvement or turnaround designation by the Colorado State Board of Education, the ALT will be responsible for drafting and reviewing the school's improvement plan. In such cases, the ALT should be involved in selecting from district-approved resources, but may not refuse the implementation of new resources if achievement data has dropped to levels warranting placement on the accountability clock. In school turnaround settings, school-based autonomy may need to be recalibrated to ensure the successful adoption of programmatic improvements and resources essential to accelerating student achievement. And that is all for 8.
Go ahead, Richard.
I know that we had a conversation about instructional leaders in buildings. And did I miss that, or is that not in here, or?
I don't think it was originally proposed, so I'm sorry.
Well, it was discussions that we had in like our straw design groups and stuff.
I actually wasn't part of redrafting the language. I mean, certainly we can put instructional leaders back in here based on what it is that they do. I don't know what your guys' conversations were.
Okay, thank you. Oh, no. I'm not gonna, no. This, and then, so for 8832, in such cases, the ALT should be involved in selecting district-approved resources. How is educator and ALT input meaningful in preserving, if autonomy is recalibrated in a turnaround setting, what I'm trying to say is, how is educator and ALT input meaningful, preserved if autonomy is recalibrated in turnaround settings?
So when you're in turnaround, at some point, the state's going to come in and say, okay, now you're ours. I mean, so this is the attempt to say, okay, what is currently working in the way in which the instructional program is set up is not working. Now we need to bring in supports for you. And so what we're saying is that school-based autonomy might look more like the district and the school collaborating instead of the school making all of the decisions. For example, we have a turnaround support team that works very closely with all of the schools identified as turnaround or priority improvement turnaround. And so they come in, and that's not to say that they take over the whole ALT, but they do work much more closely with ALTs in schools that are in turnaround than they do with schools that are not.
Cool. Thank you. One last question here. So like any time that we come up with these committees here in Jeffco, my mind automatically goes to our most marginalized and highly impacted communities, and how do we get their voices at the table? Because they're important too, right? So like, I'm learning about all these committees now, and how do we make sure that their voices and them as stakeholders are heard here in this district?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Richard. I had a conversation with a speech language pathologist from the Lakewood area. I think it was Lakewood, could have been Alameda, last year. And she and I had coffee, and she asked me about some things around like district collaboration and committees and such. And I said to her, I said, do you know who your representative is in your area who, is supposed to be representing your voice on these committees, or who's participating on behalf of either SLPs or the schools in the Alameda or Lakewood area? And she's like, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I say, so I think it's a couple of things. I think number one, it is better communication, right? We've already named that as something really important, right? Even when these committees are doing really good work and they do have teacher voice at them, I'm not sure that always gets translated back out to the rest of the teachers that they are hopefully representing. Additionally, I think that it's important that when we reach out, when we connect, like Brooke and I can often connect at the beginning of the year and say, here are all the committees, who's available? Anytime you can intentionally recommend to us people who are representing those marginalized schools, the voices that aren't often heard, that would be ideal. And so certainly it's not for lack of desire. We want those voices at the table.
I'm just always, you mentioned Lakewood, but like, we've got to get like schools like North Arvada, at the table in their community to be a part of these committees. That's all I have, though. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I don't know if this addresses that to a degree, but I'm looking back at the Article 10, like the committee makeup, and the one that says licensed teachers and or instructional coaches with demonstrated expertise in the subject area recommended by JCEA for consideration. So I feel like I would see that as an opportunity to really elevate those voices, and you guys would have that ability to put those people forward to serve on that committee. I don't know if that addresses that.
And then also, does this language get at the heart of what we're trying to do here, which is addressing educator workload, and the amount of initiatives that an educator may be asked to do?
I believe this primarily addresses getting voice at the table in order to have input and feedback into those things that are impacting educator workload, which I feel like that was at the essence of, I'm not sure we can reduce educator workload just with this language, but I think that we can get the right voices in the room to have the impact and feedback and cycle of conversation that you're looking for. Oh man, you said something else and I thought of something and it's gone now. But I think that was the hope. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. As a person who sits on many committees, sitting on a committee very rarely reduces my workload, but that's my own workload. Hopefully the committee's work would reduce the workload, but participating in the committee, as many of you know, doesn't help my workload. I love committees. Put me on more. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Christine, without a name tag. We won't call you out.
I guess to that point, and on that topic, if an educator is on this committee and they're saying, hold on, but I have new curriculum next year, let's just say for an example, in PLCs, and we're considering lesson internalization, could we pump the brakes? Would they have the ability, as someone on this committee, to say, we got to pump the brakes on one of these things?
I think that yes, they could say, here's how here's how my educators at my school, my colleagues are experiencing this and how I'm experiencing this. And we need help pumping the brakes at North Arvada Middle School, or we need somebody to come in and help us with this. But what we want to make sure that we do is honor all the voices, but also allow the schools that are experiencing success to keep moving forward with that. And so what my hope would be is that this would lift up both. It would lift up schools that are like, hey, this is actually going really well for us, and here's why. But then also voices that say, this isn't going so well for us, and here's why, to try to figure out, like, problem solve some of the reasons, and identify, like, well, maybe it's because these people are doing 12 initiatives and these people are doing 1. And, find some of that. Because we still do have some school-based autonomy where there are some initiatives that are probably moving forward that aren't district initiatives. So. Oh, I'm sorry, Steph.
I just wanted to clarify the strike of the cell articulation area coaches because of the money tied to it. As I stated at the table when I presented this language, this has been an ongoing practice for the last 6 years. And I know that there were conversations around it already being continuing to be in the budget. So it is already there. So I'm just wondering if that could maybe be explained.
Yeah, I think I just reopened 10. I was going to bring it back up. So it's really not about budget. That is actually current practice, the way in which that's structured. However, here's what I would say. If there were ever a time where that couldn't be practice, I would encourage us to come together and emphasize that it's more important that cells are supporting and serving students in buildings. So if ever we had to reallocate cells, I would want us to prioritize that cells should be in buildings serving students, even though I fully believe that everyone deserves a coach. I also think that essentially that could be part of the central team's responsibility also to be coaching, even though there are 17 articulation areas in which to do that. That would be really hard. But that was kind of my thinking around like wanting to ensure that the cells structure we have does remain in place, and we continue to emphasize that should it ever need to change, that we maintain the focus on students in classrooms and serving buildings over coaching adults, even though I think adults are really important and need to grow and deserve to grow and learn. I just think that the original structure of the cells was to serve students. It's okay, you can, please. Yeah, it's totally fine.
I think it was either Christine or Richard, to me in 822, again, and maybe I'm reading more into it, I think that's kind of after that, to me, that's where that pumping the brakes is implied. To me, as I read that as an administrator, that feedback of feedback opportunities, if we started to implement, there's feedback of like, hey, we're drowning. That's an opportunity. Again, it's broad, but to me, that's where that's captured. I guess that's how I interpret that piece. So just, I know you were saying, did it get captured? When I read that, that's where I see that, but.
Feel free to wave your flag around if I'm missing it, because I'm very obviously looking past all the things. Okay, our next bit of language is, Jennifer, please help me. Thank you, is Article 18. And we are going to hand this over to Maria? Okay. Got it.
Yes. Okay, 18, much anticipated. I have a statement to read prior to going over the Delta version of Article 18. I really want to thank you, you're part of the team and the people that you've been collaborating with for the time, care, and advocacy reflected in the latest proposal. We deeply appreciate your commitment to supporting our special education providers, and we know that we have the same shared goal, which is improving the experience and outcomes for both educators and students. At this time, we are not in a financial position to take on new commitments that require additional funding. However, we do remain fully committed to addressing workload concerns through meaningful, non-monetary solutions. We look forward to continuing our work together in a joint committee to identify practical and sustainable supports. As part of that work, we're open to exploring ideas such as improving data use in resource planning, increasing opportunities for educator input, and strengthening communication around current supports. These conversations will help inform our planning and ensure we remain focused on improving the day-to-day experiences of our educators and outcomes for students. Thank you again for your partnership and your unwavering commitment to our students and staff. So with that, I'm going to present 18. The language in the last version, in B, I accepted the orientation and mobility specialist into that. 18.112, we approved that first language that was new. The district will offer special education staff quarterly communities of practice, learning opportunities to gather with other staff, other educators across the district who have the same position. So that was new language that was accepted. In 18.113, we have to revert back to the 2 days. I do want to also make a note when getting feedback for this and asking questions, many buildings do provide the flexibility for their special education teachers to get their IDEA work duties done and have not required a substitute. However, this does, obviously allow for substitutes for 2 days during the school year. That cost is about $100,000 per day for a learning specialist to have a substitute for this work. The reason that we cannot accept 4 days is the impact on Sebastian Academy and Miller. Having every teacher in those buildings out for 4 days per year is just, the impact is too great on those students in places where it's also incredibly difficult to secure subs and support. So we added language right there. I'll go back up to the scheduling and implementation of these days shall be determined in collaboration with building administration to align with school needs and shall not impact the delivery of services to students. Educators who elect not to use one or both of these release days are not entitled to additional compensation. Now we're going back down to F. I accepted your language here for specially designed instruction. And we're going down to 18.7, staffing allocations. This language that you see here is reverting back to original language. At this time, due to the financial constraints that we have, we cannot accept the proposed language to change the allocation models. There were no edits. That is original language, so I'm happy to read it or not. But I'm looking at 18.7.2. We accepted the language around the review. Allocations will be reviewed starting in late July through late August when student registration is complete to determine the staff allocations. Still appropriate. Adjustments will be made if necessary as soon as possible. We accepted crossing out July, and we are reverting back to special education guidelines in 18.7.4. Again, this language is reverting, it's not new language, reverting back to the original. That is true up until 18.7.4.6, where we accepted the additional of certified orientation and mobility specialists. And I believe, back down to 18.7.5. That is current, yeah, that is current language. That is current language we went back to. And then we accepted all the edits. I believe this was last time, but we accepted all the edits in 18.7.6 for the structure and the solutions for when there is a request to review caseloads and workloads. We put back in the statement in, what section am I in? 18.7.6. These solutions are not exhaustive or of other mutually agreed upon means to address the caseload. I want to leave the door open for some creativity and some open dialogue to address the need. Original language back in 18.9.1.1. To the extent possible, case managers should be building-based. Special education educators. Exceptions include itinerant staff that serve multiple buildings. We went back to original language in 18.13.1, 18.13.2, and then at 18.13.4, we need to stick with the 3 additional days of pay for our special education providers. And that is it.
Questions? Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, so I have 3, let's see if I remember them all. 18.1.1.3. I don't believe this is your intent, but educators who elect not to use one or both of these days, release days, are not entitled to any additional compensation. You don't mean that they still receive their 3 days of pay, correct?
Yes, of course. This language was in the event that someone doesn't take their 2 days. We're not in a position to come back and start paying additional pay for the days that they could have taken during the school year.
Yeah,
But they still will get their 3 additional days for sure.
Yeah, we'll address that in our counter, I guess, because it could be read that then if I take these days, then I won't receive my 3 days of pay, or it'll impact my 3 days of pay.
That is not the intent at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Second question, why don't you like adapted PE?
I do like adaptive PE. I love adaptive PE. We have 2 amazing adaptive PE teachers. It is absolutely not that they're not doing amazing work and they're not entitled to more adaptive PE providers. The issue with adaptive PE is that we have taken data from other districts across the metro area, and most districts do not have specific adaptive PE teachers. They are collaborating with, they may have a specialist, they may have other providers, and they're really leveraging their PE department to provide that level of support to other districts. We would have to we would need to relook at how, like, our support model that our adaptive PE teachers give to our students, because we are sacrificing one-on-one or direct time with students on IEPs to put on the amazing adaptive athletic events that they do, that we hold in high value. But we would need to have those conversations to look at our delivery of service before adding another adaptive PE teacher.
Which we should totally do.
We are absolutely open to that.
And then the last one, in the beginning, you said, we're open to collaborating, looking at more data to do these things that I don't remember because it's 9:53. And I was just hoping there was something in this proposal that would be to that effect of the work that we would continue to do together. Right? Because we agreed to strike, we said, we struck this language about the 24-25 school year. And if we're doing something else next year specifically, I would hope it would be in here.
Happy to look at that in your counter. Yeah.
Heather and then Anthea?
Okay, going back to 18.113 and the four days, the 4 release days. I just want to clarify, because I thought I heard at a previous bargaining session long ago, when we were talking about subs, that was pretty much considered a no cost to the district.
It doesn't come out of the special education budget, but it does come out of district funds. It is a cost of 2 additional days of sub pay that are not currently anticipated.
It doesn't cost the school, it doesn't cost SBB dollars, and it doesn't cost special ed dollars. But we do have a sub-budget that it comes out of.
Okay, I just thought I remember hearing you say at one point that was just considered a cost neutral. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, we still have to pay the subs unless a special educator doesn't request a sub. So I know that there are some schools out there, I used to be one of them, I didn't require my special educators to request a sub if they could still meet their service levels and minutes within the week. But if they just needed, like, I just need this Wednesday to hold IEP meetings all day, okay, can you meet your minutes the other 4 days? And if that was the case, and hopefully not lose your planning, which is highly unlikely. However, I would have been okay with that, and I wouldn't have required them to request a sub. But, so in that case, it could be cost neutral, but it would take a lot of flexibility and willingness from the people.
Yeah, the $100,000 data collection is assuming that every learning specialist is taking 2 days, and then we're paying for the sub for that. So likely less, but that's assuming everybody takes it.
Learning specialist or all special education educators?
So other special education educators don't require a sub.
Good point. Yeah, thank you.
Difference.
Anthea? Anthea needs a microphone, please. Please help.
So I'm struggling a little bit because I'm going to try and say this in the most respectful way possible, but we are now at 10 o'clock with 1 session left. We just got a proposal that really doesn't have any changes, and we've been waiting for this for, I want to say, 5 or 6 weeks. So my concern is that we come back to the table next week with a counter, and it doesn't do anything to change the current things that we are asking for in SPED. I am on my last leg with SPED. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know if I have more left in me as an educator to be a special education provider. I have literally considered going back in the classroom, and they have just as much of a workload. So we have to do better Because right now, this doesn't do anything to show that the district is willing to move and to make some changes. And I hear us say talking, let's collaborate, let's work together, but that hasn't done anything in the past couple years to change workload and to get people to stay in this profession and in this very, very, very important position that I have now heard the district say that is one of the hardest positions to be in the district, period, end of sentence. I have had people try to come to Jeffco from other districts. They didn't come here because we take too long to do anything in SPED, and so they are now in Boulder or in other places where they are paid more, have less of a workload, and feel like their needs are going to be met. So next week, we have to be able to figure this out so that this doesn't put us at a place where we do not accept this language and cannot get everything across the table. So I hope that over the summer, the district team can figure out a way to get this to a place where when we meet with our collaborative team, we can actually approve some things that we can put in the agreement next year. And so we will come back with a counter, and I'm hoping that it doesn't, because we don't have 5 weeks to try and get this across the table. And so, again, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty disappointed. And I think I can speak for all SPED people who are now texting me that they're pretty upset and pretty disappointed as well, that they've been waiting for this as long to just pretty much get the same language we had before.
All right, we will go ahead and move on to our final article we have prepared. It is Article 13.
Okay, Article 13. I'm going to really try hard not to repeat things we've already agreed to. So in 13.1.2, there was language in there about educators on any qualified unpaid leave as described in this article will receive stipends retroactively that were issued during the time they were on leave that were earned per Article 17. We are striking that language because that is current practice. And to the point that was made earlier around some language that we had proposed in another article, the statement was made in Article 23, actually around giving educators the autonomy. The statement was made that's already in place, and so we don't need to have it in language because that's already happening. And so that's the same place that we are with striking this language. This is already in place, it's already happening. I've cross-checked it and double-checked it, and the only educators who are not receiving stipends are anybody who are on a leave of absence 26 weeks or longer and are no longer active in our system. In 13.3, I think what I remember from last time is that we're in agreement. So I didn't touch anything in the notwithstanding language, but did accept no later than the fall of 2027 because we had talked about that last week. So I just left that read for you guys to accept if you're in a place to do that. We've adjusted the language in D to say reasonable documentation, i.e. a doctor's note, may be requested from the educator if leave is taken for or more consecutive days due to personal illness or that of a family member. And I know that, Christine, like you've talked about when it gets to the point on day 7 where they're triggering their need for applying for short-term disability, that they then have to do that as well. And that is true. And sometimes people don't get to that day 7 and they miss 4 or 5 or 6 days. And so we want to have language in place to say, if so needed, that a doctor's note could be requested. It does not have to contain any personally identifying information. It can simply be a doctor's note to say that
Christine was unable to attend work from 5/3 to 5/9 or whatever the case may be. Let's see. And I think that the only thing left, everything else there has been accepted, is M, where you had put in language about educators who have exhausted their leave may utilize a sick leave bank. I just put in there to move that to 13.7, which is the bottom, which it talks about the sick leave bank. So we'll get there in a moment. In 13.3.3, we are returning the language about the annual review of leave utilization because we do think that that is really important. And we heard last week the struggle that you all were having with the language about the district reserves a right to discontinue general leave. So we are amenable to striking that language, but want to return to language that we would do the review, and that if there is an increase of more than 10% compared to the previous school year, that we would bring that to the table for potential renegotiation of the general leave provisions. And also, to the point that was made last week, I think by Rob, there was, I think, Rob, you were talking about, what if it's an anomaly year, right, where there's a lot of flu going around or something like that. And that's certainly true. And that's not what this language is about. This language is about putting into place some guardrails because we're amenable to moving to the space of general leave. And we need to have a way that we're looking at the difference between sick and personal versus general leave and taking time to assess that. That being said, a 10% increase, so last year, with the data that we looked at, there were approximately 42,000 requests for sick and personal time by JCEA educators who report their time in SmartFind. So we would only be triggering a review if that increased by approximately 4,000. And if that were the case, that would be something that we would be potentially concerned about and want to look at. And one of the data points that we might be looking at is an illness that is pervasive in the community and those sorts of things. So we are putting that back in for those reasons. And we are still having to, at this point, again, we've talked about it in so many different places tonight. We are not at a place where we can accept 13.3.13, not because we don't have an interest or a desire to consider this as an option at some point in the future. That is not today, because of all of the financial pieces that we have talked about and the amount of money that each of these asks bring forward. So that puts us in the same place for 13.3.4. We are reverting back to current language. When an educator resigns or retires and has at least 20 years of service in the district, they will receive a payout of a portion of unused general, sick, and personal leave as outlined in the employee handbook. Going all the way down to, I do still want to put out there that we do believe that it is in the best interest to move 13.6, which is short-term and long-term disability. We propose moving that to Appendix C under benefits, because short and long-term disability really is a benefit and it's not considered a leave. So we're still putting that out there on the table to move that. Let's see. For bereavement leave, we are keeping it in with current language, but we've added the qualifier because we thought maybe this was what was potentially creating some confusion and possible angst for people. So we want to be really clear that around the bereavement leave piece, that educators may request up to 4 days of leave for each instance of death. And the same would be true then in 13.8.9, the first 2 days of each instance would be considered bereavement leave for with full pay. We hope that nobody is ever in the situation of having to manage a death, much less more than one death in any given year, but we know that that's a possibility. So we want to be really clear that those 2 paid days would be available in that situation where if someone was in a very unfortunate space of losing, maybe their mother and then also a sister-in-law, for example. So we thought that maybe that qualifying language would help in that space and get to the point of making sure that we're taking care of people when they're in a really unfortunate circumstance. In 13.1 to 13.12, sorry, we cannot move away from what is under current law and FMLA regarding the 12 weeks of FMLA and job protected leave that is inclusive of the 6 weeks of parental leave. So we are reverting back to that because that is the law. And then I think the only other outlier was the language around the sick leave bank. So in 13.17, what are we now, 13.17.2, educators who are enrolled in the sick leave bank that have exhausted their leave may request additional leave from the sick leave bank in accordance with Appendix D. So it's just taking what you had proposed above and moving it down into the space around sick leave bank.
Rob?
Okay, first, I think I'll mirror Anthea's statement that it's disappointing. And it's like, why did I waste my time the entire fall going to a committee with district folks and even have district folks recommend things and then have the district shoot down ideas that actually we didn't come up with, that district folks came up with, and say, no, we can't do that. It's frustrating, it's disappointing, and it really makes me wonder why I spent so many days driving down to the Ed Center from Stanley Lake to just be told no repeatedly over and over and over. In addition, I'm really struggling with that 10% number. We showed with data that the district provided that last fall had 11 to 13% fewer absences than any one of the last 5 semesters, which means that, and I don't know in the spring, I don't have data for the spring, but essentially, based on that fall, if that were to continue for this year, if the next year were just an average year, that automatic trigger would get implemented. And so not only did the district tell us no with everything we worked on all fall, but the district also is not acknowledging, in my mind, that we showed that the last fall was an anomaly. And there's still language in here that is saying we're going to use that anomaly year to tell whether some future year is like different. Well, if it's just average, it's going to be more than 10% different from the fall. So just an average year would trigger your clause. And I think that misses the point of, we talked, a bunch in the last couple sessions about you need a longer period to look at trends than 1 year, and especially 1 year that it's been knowingly pointed out that was an anomaly. Last fall was an anomaly. And to use that as your baseline data, I think, is statistically irresponsible.
Just a quick response to that, Rob. I think we would certainly be open to using an average over a certain number of years as well. And really, all our intent is to open it up for renegotiation and conversation. Doesn't mean we're going to change it. I just think that we need to come back together and talk about it. Christine using Mike's name tag.
Yeah, I guess to Rob's point, we're not looking at implementing general leave until fall of 2027, which will be the fall before we negotiate this full contract. So why is it important that we get this language in here right now, knowing that we will have less than 1 year of general leave use, and then we'll be negotiating the full contract that very spring.
We don't intend to wait to implement this till 2027. Our intent is for the language in this article to be applied immediately upon ratification and renewal. Now, the system switch is around what it will be named in the system. So we intend to use this language to drive leave. And so teachers, educators will be able to select sick or personal, but they will be able to use it as general. It just will say sick and personal until 2027. Then our hope is to switch the language at that time. But we don't intend to hold this language until then.
I have another question.
Sure.
Down to, I was there. It's the parental leave. 13, 12. You mentioned about having to be in accordance with law with FMLA. How is increasing to 10 weeks not in accordance with the law?
Because the law is 12 weeks of job-protected leave. And so they are afforded 6 weeks, which was all of the information that I explained last week about birthing parent versus non-birthing parent, and then 6 weeks of parental leave. So they have those 6 weeks plus the 6 weeks of parental leave for a total of 12 weeks. So we would be extending beyond and making it 16 weeks now of job-protected leave.
FMLA runs concurrently with all other leaves in this contract. So people are on FMLA when they're on their parental leave of absence.
Correct.
So if it's 10 weeks, they're still getting their 12 weeks of FMLA job protected leave. It doesn't.
But what I talked about is that, so the birthing mother, so the birthing parent takes 6 weeks if it's a what is considered like a normal delivery, 8 weeks if it's a C-section, and then can take an additional 6 weeks after that for their parental leave. So if they've already taken 6 or 8 weeks, we can't then say we're going to grant them another 10 weeks, because then we're either at 16 or 18 weeks of leave, and that is outside of the parameters of FMLA, which is 12 weeks of job protected leave.
But didn't you say they could extend it with unpaid leave?
Correct, and they can then also, depending on the timing of when the baby is born. So if a baby is born in, let's say at the very beginning of the year, a parent could choose to take both, either way, birthing parent or non-birthing parent, could take their 6 weeks of FMLA leave either for being the parent who is giving birth or the parent who is taking care of the parent who is giving birth, and then an additional 6 weeks of parental leave to make that 12 weeks of FMLA leave, and then they can also request to take the rest of the year as an unpaid leave and still have job protection, which is also above and beyond what is required by FMLA.
Other questions? All right, that was the final proposal that we had this evening. I recognize and acknowledge two things. Number one, it's getting late. And number two, we have one session left. So I anticipate that anything that you have in your corner, you'll bring back on Wednesday, and anything we have in our corner, we'll bring back on Wednesday. And then we will continue bargaining on Wednesday until we either can go no more or we have reached an agreement. Any other, Brooke, thank you.
Can we count that decision makers will be here next Wednesday and that we will be in it to win it?
They will all be available, and 3 of them were here this evening per the request of JCEA and JESPA last week, 2 weeks ago in joint benefits bargaining. And so anyone who might need to make a decision about a budget increase or add or modification will be accessible. All right, so Michelle and I will connect this week to just make sure that we have the budget the agenda in order. We did not have a note taker tonight. However, we'll just put in the notes, please watch the video for information. We did TA 2 articles tonight. Richard, the kid in the back who didn't throw an eraser, thank you. We did TA 2 articles. Thank you. We appreciate that. Have a nice night, everyone. Please drive safely. Keep your eyes open. Do not fall asleep. Maria, could you please take us offline?